What up, guys? Gangspranks are back with a brand new episode of my monthly figure purchases. Welcome back to a brand new episode. Today we are here for the month of November 2023. Hope you guys enjoyed the last episode. I actually don't want this intro to go on too long because there is a lot of cool stuff to show off. This episode here, this is gonna be a banger of an episode. November is my birthday month. It's not important, but I did get older. So went a little crazy there. Of course, gotta spoil myself. We also had Black Friday sales. I did order a few things, but I only received 2 of them in the month of November. We should be getting a couple more in the month of December. So look forward to those whenever they come. I would say this episode it's technically like 4 Holy Grail items, but like 2 of them are 2-pack items. So technically it's 4 items in total, but it's 2 2-packs. So I don't know, would you say it's 2 Holy Grail items or 4 Holy Grail items? I'm not sure. We'll keep it simple. We'll say 2 Holy Grail items. Very excited to unbox those when we get to those. I'll just say they're near the end of the episode. I usually kind of save the bigger stuff for that. So if you're wondering which section it's going to be in case this is your first episode watching my monthly figure pickups, at the start of every episode, I play a pre-recorded video that basically breaks down all the collections that I collect and all the things that I'm kind of building towards. So in case you're not familiar with what I collect, feel free to watch the video. If you have watched this multiple times, you know that you can just go into the description or below the bar. You can click on the different chapters of the video and kind of skip to whatever you'd like. So without further ado, I'm going to queue up that pre-recorded video. I'm going to kind of break down what I collect, and then after that we will start showing off some figures. So let's not waste any time. Let's queue up that video and then let's start showing off some of the things that I picked up this month. Before I show off what I got for the month, I'm going to quickly go through what I'm collecting and what you can expect in this series, and it breaks down to 8 different collections. First one, we got Marvel Legends. For this, I mainly collect Spider-Man and X-Men, mainly anything that comes in those lines. I've broken down and basically started collecting one of each character. I don't collect everybody per se. There are characters where I will shy away from. Characters who I'm very not familiar with, I will stay away from. Unless they're on clearance and they're a good deal, I might snag them up. But I tend to just stick with characters that I'm familiar with or I know somewhat. And with Marvel Legends, I don't collect any MCU figures. I mainly just do comic, video game, or animated show design characters. Next, I collect McFarlane's DC Multiverse. For this, I mainly just do Batman, his allies, his villains, just kind of get one of each. I am starting to build out some other collections like Flash and Green Lantern. Now I'm kind of looking to collect one of each major character. Major villains, major heroes, kind of do like a Legion of Doom and a Justice League kind of setup. For this as well, no movie figures, strictly video game or comic inspired designs. Next, I collect Transformers. For my Transformers collection, I only collect Beast Wars figures or animal characters, whatever you'd like to say. With this, I started collecting with the Kingdom line, and that has transitioned to the Transformers Legacy line, so that's what I'm collecting now. I also collect the retro Beast Wars figures, and for this, I'm just kind of looking to collect one of each, Predacons, Maximal, stuff like that. Next, I collect Dragon Ball SH Figuarts. For this collection, I'm just looking to collect one of each character. Now, each character does have multiple forms, like Goku, for example, has 7 different Saiyan forms. I might collect those all eventually, but my main priority is just getting one of each character. Next, I collect Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. With this one, it's a little weird. I like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I respect them more than I like them. I grew up somewhat with them, but I'm not crazy about them, but I like them enough to where I want some representation of them in my collection. So that's why I've decided to collect the Loyal Subjects Best Action line. For this, I just really want the Turtles and Shredder. They are creating other characters, but for me, I want to collect all 4 Turtles and Shredder. And once I have that, I'll start to collect some of the other figures. But if they decide to end the line eventually, I'll be happy with having the Turtles and having Shredder. Next, I collect video game characters. For this, I mainly collect characters from video games that kind of mean something to me, my favorite games. I also collect some figures of characters from other games, kind of, bigger games, Sonic, Mario, stuff like that. But I tend to just pick characters from games that I really care about. Next, I collect Power Rangers. For this, I collect Hasbro's Power Rangers Lightning Collection. With this, I'm looking to collect one of each Ranger, each villain, just one of each. There's also a couple different items in the Lightning Collection. They're starting to do the Zords, and they do some roleplay items. For me, I do plan on collecting the Zord Ascension Project as they release more of that. In terms of roleplay items, not for me. I'm just about the figures. And then last but not least, I collect wrestling figures. For this, I collect mainly WWE Elite Style or AEW Unrivaled Unmatched. I collect both those lines. I'm just looking to collect one of each wrestler. And fun fact about this collection in particular, it is the only collection of mine that I take out of box for whatever reason. Everything else stays in the box, and I display it as such. So now that you know what I collect, let's see what additions are going to be coming to my collection this month. There you have it. Breaks down to 8 different collections, and I'm happy to say that each collection is going to be getting an edition this month. Before we do get into the figure stuff, this kind of has been a segment for the past few episodes. The graphic novels, I did manage to pick up a few in the month of November. This is actually a gift from my uncle. Every year for my birthday, he likes to take me out, and we'd usually do a lunch or a dinner together. Just kind of hang out together, and it's fun. He's like a father figure to me, so it's just a fun time. We just go out and chill. And after we had our meal and we did a little shopping, he was very adamant on wanting to buy me a gift, and I'm like, dude, I'm good right now. I got everything that I want. And he's like, no, I want to buy you something. What do you want? I'm happy to say that I have everything that I want and need at the moment, so there's really nothing necessary. So he's like, hey, I know you go to that comic shop quite often by your house. What if we go there and, you pick something out and I buy it for you? And I was like, oh, that actually might be a good idea. They were having Black Friday sales there. And I'm like, you know what? Fine, let's go check out the store. Let's see what they got. I looked at all the action figure stuff, and nothing really appealed to me, nothing that I really had to get in my collection right away. So I went to the books, and I actually ended up picking up 4 books. I didn't get a chance to read them all. I've read 2.5 of these. I'll mention the ones that I've read and which one I haven't started. I'll break all that down. But the first book that I ended up picking up, I tried to vary my books for different brands. And what I mean, that sounded very complicated, but basically I tried to spread out what I was going to pick up. Like, I didn't want to get all Batman books or all Spider-Man books, all X-Men books. I was like, you know what? X-Men, Spider-Man, Batman, those are my 3 faves. So I'm going to try and get a book in each of those categories. And then, maybe if there's like a 4th book that I find that, isn't too expensive, I'll kind of throw in the pile. And, I managed to get a book for Batman, Spider-Man, and X-Men. And then kind of 4th book, and we're actually going to start out with the 4th book first. The kind of miscellaneous book. It involves a character that I like quite a bit by the name of Deadpool, and this is part of I would say it's not an ongoing series, but he has a lot of these type of books. The book is basically called Deadpool vs. Insert Marvel character here, and the character that he's going up against in this comic is none other than the lame duck of the Avengers team. It is Deadpool versus Hawkeye. So here is the book, and here are 2 figures. This is actually something I'm probably going to try and implement when I do future sections of my graphic novels. Just to kind of spice up the set a little bit instead of just kind of looking at the book. I will also try and bring in figures of characters involved in the story if I do have figures of them. And I just so happen to have a figure of Deadpool here and Hawkeye here. This is a different version of Hawkeye. It's still Clint Barton, but this is a more modern look of Hawkeye going on right here, and this is the more old school Hawkeye look. I like this look quite a bit, so I'm very happy with it. But anyways, let's talk about the book, Hawkeye vs. Deadpool. I had a little bit of expectations going into it regarding that it was going to be like a fun little read, and I'm happy to say that it was honestly a very enjoyable read. I've read quite a few Deadpool comics over my life, and in terms of Hawkeye, I haven't read too many Hawkeye comics. Actually, specifically like this run of Hawkeye, I know it's gotten a lot of praise. I remember when like those issues were coming out and people were just speaking very highly of it. So that is something I would like to check out eventually, is Hawkeye's solo run. I'm not sure who the writer is, but I know the first book is called like My Life as a Weapon or something like that. But as you could tell just by the cover, you're in for a good time. Even though I haven't read too much Hawkeye, I'm kind of familiar with the character, and I know he's kind of lighthearted and kind of likes to have some fun. He's not too serious. If you don't know anything about Deadpool, he is probably the least serious character maybe ever. I mean, for God's sake, he's got a fucking Nerf crossbow going on here. Or bow and arrow, not a crossbow. So yeah, going into this book, I had somewhat expectations because I'm like, it's Deadpool. I know I'm probably going to be in for a good time. And honestly, I got a fun book. There's actually a couple laugh out loud moments that were pretty funny. Obviously, there is conflict between Deadpool and Hawkeye, but obviously they do come together, as most versus comics, this type of stuff. The two heroes or villains or whoever's involved in the story usually have to come together to kind of stop some force of nature or whatever the case may be. And that's exactly what happens here. I'm not going to spoil too much of the book. We'll read the back. I'll see what it divulges, and then we'll kind of go from there and see what I can talk about. What do Hawkeye and Deadpool have in common? Once upon a time, champions emerged to fight the evil plaguing humanity. They fought for all that was good in the world. They were kind, generous, and self-sacrificing. They were heroes. These are not those heroes. It's Halloween in Brooklyn, and a S.H.I.E.L.D. espionage mystery has Hawkeye and Deadpool racing the clock. But things aren't what they seem. Why are the bad guys dressed as good guys? And what does the Black Cat have to do with it? Marvel's most beloved and simultaneously annoying duo is on the case. But with villains masquerading as heroes, who can Deadpool and Hawkeye trust? And no, it's not one another. As the baddest brawlers in Brooklyn tear up the town, will Deadpool and Hawkeye kill each other before they figure it out? And I'll say they definitely don't kill each other, because one of these guys has a healing factor. As you can see by the couple arrows in his head, he can't die. Honestly, one of the best parts about this story is that it takes place around Halloween, so immediately it starts off pretty fun, where you've got Deadpool. He's going trick-or-treating with a couple people. You can see here he's dressed up as a Ghostbuster, and he's here with a couple kids. I don't remember which one. One of these girls is his wife. I don't remember which one, though. And they go trick-or-treating, and throughout the book, Hawkeye, like I was saying earlier, he's kind of a lame duck Avenger, and they do mock him quite a bit, which is pretty funny. And this is actually a pretty funny joke that goes on in the beginning, where all the kids want to go to Hawkeye's apartment to get some candy, because they know that he has the reputation of having good candy bars, full-size candy bars. And for this year, he gives out regular size, fun size. You can see it here. Trick or treat. What the? You guys said he gave out full-size candy bars. He did last year. They're fun size. So yeah, there's a lot of fun that they have with the Halloween aspect, and as was mentioned on the back of the book, here's someone dressed up as Crossbones. This is not Crossbones per se, the actual like supervillain. This is another person dressed up as Crossbones, and there's actually a bunch of people that are brainwashed, and they're dressed up as like Captain America, Daredevil, I think. Actually, here's a nice shot of like Electro and Bullseye. They don't actually play a role in the book, and here's a guy dressed up as Daredevil. But, you know, because it's Halloween, everyone's kind of dressed up, so it adds to it. At first, I was like, oh my god, these characters are involved in the story, and then as I was reading it, it's like, no. They're just kind of dressed up, and here's a nice shot of Black Cat here. Had some funny laugh out loud moments. I'll kind of flip through the pages and you can see the art. I think the art is a bit of a standout when it comes to this book. Yeah, all in all, in regards to this book, nothing but positive things to say. Good, fun read, short, a fun team up and crossover. I enjoyed this quite a bit. Next book I got is coming from the Spider-Man side of things. I mean, technically that book that I just showed off, the Deadpool vs. Hawkeye, kind of delves a little bit into Spider-Man territory because Black Cat is involved, but this is more of a Spider-Man, I was going to say Spider-Man related character, but Black Cat is Spider-Man related. Anyways, whatever. This book was specifically chosen to kind of fill that void of a Spider-Man book. And it's kind of a weird one. I was looking through all the Spider-Man books and I didn't really see anything that I wanted. And then I was looking in the G section because I was kind of thinking like, oh, maybe I'll try and get like a Green Lantern book or like a Ghost Rider book. But I saw this book in the kind of shelf and I was like, ooh, that's kind of interesting. I'm going to have to read that. And the book that I am talking about is a short mini-series involving the character known as the Gold Goblin. Not a lot of people probably have heard of the Gold Goblin. You know, you're familiar with the Green Goblin, the Hobgoblin. Heck, you might even be familiar with the Red Goblin, which is Norman Osborn with the Carnage symbiote. It's actually pretty cool. The figure and the story that it comes from was pretty enjoyable. But the Gold Goblin? Let's kind of talk about the Gold Goblin, because I'm sure a lot of people are like, who is that? What is that? He looks kind of cool. I see the reflection of the Green Goblin in the window there. Like, does he play a role? Like, what's going on here? Let's actually quickly read the synopsis and see what this kind of book involves. It's not easy being gold. Norman Osborn's sins may have been cleansed, but his memories weren't. And as the Green Goblin, he's done plenty of horrific things to keep him up at night. Norman has worked hard to avoid all things goblin and stay on the straight and narrow. But recent events pushed him to give a life as a superhero a try. And he liked it. But when the media dubs him the Gold Goblin, he starts wondering whether he can ever truly get away from the goblin inside. A devastating encounter with Ben Reilly, aka Chasm, pushes Norman toward the edge, and another terrifying opponent might send him over it. Being a hero isn't for everyone, and the crime-fighting career of the Gold Goblin might soon be tarnished. And as we can see here, collecting Gold Goblin issues 1 through 5. Actually, I did not show that with Deadpool, where it actually collects 5 issues as well. But with Deadpool, because, you know, it's Deadpool and he's weird and stuff, instead of it being issues 1 through 5, it's issues 0 through 4. So it's still 5 issues, and this is the compilation of it. And let me say real quick, I did not get a chance to finish this book. This was the book that I'm about halfway through. And I've got to say, the half that I have read, I really, really enjoyed. So as it's mentioned on the back, I'm not sure what happens kind of leading into it where Norman Osborn's sins may have been cleansed. That is mentioned quite a bit at the beginning, where just basically his sins and that evilness inside of him has been vanquished. How? I'm not too sure. I didn't get to read the prequel to this. Norman Osborn, when you think of him, you think of just all the horrific things that he has done. You know, he is Spider-Man's Joker. Now, Joker has done more horrific things than the Green Goblin has, but Green Goblin has definitely tortured Spider-Man quite a bit. You know, the death of the Gwen Stacy, I apologize, threatening to reveal his identity, fucking with his loved ones, having, you know, his son Harry Osborn get involved. There's just a very deep, rich history between the two. And this book kind of gives you an interesting perspective of, like, Norman Osborn, he did a lot of horrific things, but can he be forgiven? Can he be given a second chance? And that's basically what this book is all about, is him trying to atone for his actions and the stuff that he's done and kind of become a changed person. But, you know, he still kind of has that goblin inside of him that just kind of is kind of scratching away at him, trying to come out. But he's keeping it at bay for the most part. And we'll kind of skip through the first few pages just to kind of show you what the story's about. Here's a nice shot of Norman Osborn, and with his grandson, that's Harry's son there. I forgot his name. But something that is constantly a battle with Norman in this book is him kind of thinking about all the evil shit that he's done. You know, if we take a look at this page here, Here's Gwen Stacy breaking her neck. Here's this kind of like inner demon, or inner goblin, constantly torturing him. And he's fighting all his urges to do that. And I gotta say, it's really compelling. I really do like the kind of dilemma that he's gone through. Like, I didn't think I was gonna be as invested in the story of Norman Osborn, because honestly, he's done some pretty shitty and horrific stuff. And I'm like, yeah, he can't be redeemed. But the more I read the story, the more I kind of feel for him. You know, I kind of want to see him redeem himself. I want to see the Gold Goblin actually turn into a vigilante that people look forward to seeing, and kind of hope that they rescue him, or that he rescues them from whatever danger they're in. But there is also that part of me where it's like, nah, he's the Green Goblin deep down inside. He can't be redeemed. He's evil. Let him be evil. And it's that battle of good and evil, and I think it just makes for a very interesting story. I wasn't expecting to enjoy it as much as I have, but the little bit that I have read, really, really enjoyed. Like, I really look forward to finishing this book. I enjoyed it that much. And I gotta say, I actually like the Gold Goblin costume quite a bit. It does look a little plain. Like, I'm gonna try and find a good shot of him in the costume. Here's issue 2. Actually, this is a nice shot of the costume right here. So here's issue 2. This is what the cover looks like. There's him on the glider. Now, the suit does look pretty plain. Like, if you look at it, it's just basically gold and white. There's no real emblems or anything on it. Glider is pretty cool. I do like that kind of eye thing going on there. It looks pretty cool with the gold and the pink. I think his suit, even though it's kind of plain, I still kind of like it. Like, I think it looks pretty cool. I like these kind of pink pumpkin bombs that he has. He still has, you know, an arsenal of goblin related stuff. Obviously, it's been modified to be the Gold Goblin stuff. And here's another goblin that appears in the book. This is someone who I'm not too familiar with, but this is the Goblin Queen. There's actually quite a bit of goblins, more than I was aware of. I'm very surface level goblin. I know Hobgoblin, probably my favorite. There's Green Goblin, and like I showed off earlier, Red Goblin. But now we got Gold Goblin. I think there's a Gray Goblin as well. He's like gray and blue or something like that. You got Goblin Queen. Some pretty interesting stuff. I don't want to spoil too much, because I would actually say I'd recommend this book. Like, I do recommend Deadpool and Hawkeye as well, but for different reasons. It's just more of like a fun story. This, in terms of like an actual good, compelling character and good and evil and stuff, I gotta say, I recommend this. Now, the ending might suck and might ruin the book for me, but I gotta say, the little bit that I have read, the two and a half chapters, just based off reading those, I can say that I think this is worth picking up and checking out, in my opinion. Next book I got is coming from the X-Men world of things, and this is a story I've actually wanted to read for quite some time. This was a story that I believe it just happened when I was getting back in the comics. I believe the X-Men already had split at that point, and there was a big event that ended up leading to the X-Men splitting up, and someone leading one team and someone leading another. And the event that I am talking about is the X-Men event known as Schism. So I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure what the word schism means, but I'm sure it means some sort of conflict. And that's exactly what happens in this book. For many, many years, Cyclops and Wolverine have kind of always been at each other's throats, but for the most part, they respect each other and they still work together. Even though Wolverine tried to take Cyclops' girlfriend/wife, but you know what, that's a different story. And there comes a point in this book, I'm going to read the back to see if it kind of delves into that, but there comes to a point where these two figureheads of the X-Men have to clash, and they have different perspectives and reasons why they do things, different morals, and I think it's honestly a pretty interesting read. As someone who loves the X-Men, and I like the X-Men as a collective, I don't really like one more than the other, I like them as a group. To see, you know, tempers finally flare, and then these guys finally go at it, it was honestly pretty cathartic. The little fight that they have is honestly pretty awesome, and even the little bit leading up to it was awesome. But I actually want to read the synopsis on the back because I want to see what I can talk about. I really like this shot here of Cyclops with his optic blast, and you can see Wolverine already hit him with the slashes there, but he's coming in for some more. Very, very cool shot. Wolverine versus Cyclops for the fate of the X-Men. In a world that hates and fears mutants, Cyclops and Wolverine have scratched and clawed to bring relative peace and stability to mutant kind. But that peace is about to be shattered with destruction looming. Cyclops and Wolverine suddenly find themselves in a bitter fight for the future of the X-Men. Wow, out of all the fucking synopsises that we've read so far, this is the most vague out of all of them. It does give you a little bit, like there is a conflict that does lead to the separation of the X-Men. And one thing that's actually pretty cool about this book is you do get the short mini-series of X-Men Schism 1 through 5, but you also get X-Men Regenesis #1, which is basically the direct sequel to Schism. And honestly, that issue on its own was pretty cool. So this book came out in, I believe, 2013. Let me see if I can find a timeline, because the X-Men has changed quite a bit. Here we go. Manufactured between May 24th, 2012 to June 12, 2012. So this is from 2012. This is 11 years old. That's fucking nuts. So the X-Men have changed quite a bit over the years. Personally, when I think of X-Men, I think of animated show. I really think of this look, the Jim Lee look of the X-Men. This more modern stuff with the X-Men, I'm going to be honest, I'm not a fan of it. Apparently what's going on now in the comics is supposed to be pretty good. Like, X-Men is supposed to be having a bit of a resurgence. But just X-Men has really, really changed a lot from, this to this right here. And there's definitely a lot of stuff that I feel like I'm missing going into this. Mutants as a whole, their numbers are very limited. Obviously with House of M, the whole No More Mutants event. If you've never read House of M, it's a pretty interesting book. I highly recommend it if you're an X-Men fan, because that book has really shaped the X-Men basically until like what it is now. That really has like constricted it to a certain degree. I think that might be the best word to describe it. Is it's really kind of put a chokehold on the X-Men because, there is no more mutants and there's like a limited number of mutants. And, the mutants have always been kind of under attack by like Sentinels and the government and just other mutants, giving a bad name for mutants. And, in the public perception, all the mutants are kind of viewed in like a blanket where it's like they're all kind of evil and dangerous and they hate humans and stuff. And we know that's not the case. There's good humans and bad humans, just like there's good mutants and there's bad mutants. X-Men has always been an allegory for, bigger issues in the world, which I think is really cool. But anyways, let's actually get back on topic of this book. So there's a big event that happens, obviously, as was described on the back, where basically something happens. The X-Men are trying to kind of assert themselves to the world as like, we're not evil. We're here to help. We just want peace between humans and mutants. Like, we want to live together in peace and harmony. And like, we don't want to be attacked and judged by people. We just kind of, we have these special abilities, but we're not going to use them for negative reasons or bad reasons. We don't want to hurt anybody. We want to protect people, we want to use these abilities to protect the world and help and stuff like that. And actually in the book, one of the first few pages is them at like a United Nations event right here, where it's Cyclops and Wolverine. They both got each other's backs and they're going to go speak in front of all these world leaders and basically kind of plead their case like, hey, we want to help. Stop viewing us as a threat. We're not a threat, but obviously there's something that happens involving this character here, Kid Omega, and basically he just sets back mutants like a bunch of years. In an event that's supposed to kind of patch the relationship between mutants and humans, Kid Omega comes in and fucks it up. And there are other events that lead to some other stuff. I don't want to spoil too much because I'd actually recommend this, especially if you're an X-Men fan. There's this character. Actually, she's in the beginning of the book. I think her name was Heidi or something like that. This young black girl right here. Wolverine kind of takes a liking to her. You know, I kind of compare his relationship with her to like his relationship with Shadowcat, Jubilee, Rogue, where he just kind of sees this young girl, and he knows that there's just so much negativity and violence that she's being exposed to. And for Cyclops, it's just like this is part of the thing. You're an X-Men. You're gonna see some fucked up shit. You're gonna kind of get some PTSD and shit. And Wolverine's like, nah, these guys are kids, man. Like, they shouldn't be on the battlefield. They shouldn't have to go through the stuff that we went through. It starts to create a rift between the two of them, where Cyclops is more like, he takes a more military stance on it, where he's like, nah, everyone's a soldier. Everyone is going to do what they got to do. If you got to sacrifice your life for the benefit of the mutants, then, you do what you think's best. And Wolverine's like, nah, dude, like, we don't need to do that. With Wolverine, he wants to take it more back to kind of what the Xavier School was before, the Xavier School for gifted kids, where it's like, no, we should be taking these young mutants, we should be training them, teaching them how to use their powers, and they should not be in war. We have the X-Men team have been through many conflicts. They can be in the forefront of all that, but let these kids be kids, man. And honestly, I side with both. That was something that I thought was pretty interesting when reading the book. Was I thought I was going to kind of lean one way or the other, but I would say by the end of it, I was actually pretty divided. I wouldn't say I was leaning one way or the other. I saw both perspectives, and I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. That kind of like, oh, is Cyclops right here? Is Wolverine right here? Like, who is right? Is there a right to it? And that's kind of something that you kind of got to make your own decision on. So I think that's one of the interesting aspects of this book. There is one thing that I'm not really a fan of, and it's the villains of the story, where it's the Hellfire Club, but it's like a variation, and like I really wasn't a fan of that. That was probably the worst part of the book, is this new kind of Hellfire group, and I don't want to talk about it too much, but it's probably the worst part of the book because it was so ridiculous. I did not enjoy that part at all. But in terms of the conflict between Wolverine and Cyclops, that for me, that dynamic overshadowed the negative aspect of this book. And I really like the last issue too, the Regenesis, I believe it was called, after Cyclops and Wolverine decide to go their separate ways. That issue goes through both sides, and basically them talking to like members of the X-Men team, saying like, hey, this is what's going on. Are you on this side or are you on this side? Here is the cover for the Regenesis issue, as we can see right there. There's a shot of the X-Men split in half. Really like this part about the Regenesis book, is it takes this kind of like caveman aspect to Wolverine and Cyclops, and they're settling their differences by fighting each other. As the story progresses, like here's Wolverine talking to Iceman, and I believe he ends up recruiting Iceman, and then we can see that in the like caveman style, Iceman has joined Wolverine's tribe. So here is Wolverine with Psylocke. I believe she joins Cyclops' team. Yeah, here's her joining Cyclops. And basically the whole book is everyone trying to like pick sides. And at the end of it, I will show the final page. Here are the lines divided of the X-Men. Here is Team Cyclops and his group of mutants, and there is Wolverine and his group of mutants. Part of me was like so torn, because I'm like, why do you keep trying to like fuck the X-Men? Because at this time, I think it was kind of like a well-known secret, but it wasn't really like a secret. Like fans knew that like Marvel was really trying to push X-Men out of like their stuff, and they were just constantly like fucking with X-Men and like take it down. But the X-Men are such a fucking great story, and there's great characters and shit and awesome history there, that even though it seemed like Marvel was trying to like take down X-Men, the X-Men persevered, just like their relationship with mutant kind. There's levels to this shit. It's crazy. But yeah, I gotta say X-Men Schism, thought it was a solid X-Men book. It wasn't my favorite because it's X-Men fighting X-Men. Like I said, I like them to be more cohesive with each other. But I really, really liked the kind of conflict between Cyclops and Wolverine. That was probably my favorite part. And the little like dialogue leading up to their fight, love that. Chef's kiss right there. So if you're an X-Men fan, I would recommend this. And the last book I picked up, it is probably the book that I'm honestly most excited to read. It involves one of my favorite Batman villains, and I really like the idea behind this because it kind of piggybacks off a previous idea that they've done with a Batman villain. I'll explain more when I introduce the book, but let me do that real quick. The book that I am talking about is Batman One Bad Day series, and it is starring Bane. And since we got the book, here is the figure to go along with it. This is the McFarlane Deluxe Bane figure, probably one of my favorite McFarlane pieces that has ever come out. For those of you who are not familiar, there was a very popular story, probably one of the most popular Batman stories ever, called The Killing Joke, and that's basically the origin story for the Joker. And I've never read it, but I believe the main synopsis of it is he was this guy who was trying to be a stand-up comedian. He had a family. I know he had a wife. I think he had a kid as well. I'm not too sure about that. It might have been one or two. I really don't recall that part. Like I said, I never read it, but the whole idea of it is just so much stuff goes wrong in his life. In one day, he has, as the book says, one bad day, and that kind of turned him into what he is. This is actually part of like a bigger anthology. They actually did this for a bunch of different Batman villains, and that's what they kind of titled it, is Batman One Bad Day, whoever the character might be. This one obviously is revolving around Bane, but I know they've done ones for Riddler, Two-Face, Clayface, Ra's al Ghul, Mr. Freeze, and I think there's one or two more. I can't recall at the moment, but there's also a box set that they've also done. I'll put up pictures of what those covers and stuff look like. And I'm going to be honest, I didn't know there was a box set until after I picked this up. I knew there was a Riddler one, and I kind of had my eye on it. It's in my Amazon cart, and I kind of keep up with it when the price fluctuates up and down and stuff. And I've almost pulled the trigger a few times, but I just haven't at this point. And after I bought this and then the Riddler one, and then I became aware that there was a whole set, and I was like, man, I probably should have just saved and bought the set. So that's why I haven't opened this, to be honest. That's why it's still sealed in plastic. So maybe I might get the set eventually, and then I can read those. Or maybe I'll buy them all individually, which is probably going to cost me more. So that's why I haven't opened it yet. I might sell it and try and make some of my money back. But yeah, anyways, the whole idea of One Bad Day basically being a origin story for all his villains, I think is a really cool idea. Batman's one of those few superheroes that just has a lot of interesting villains, and I think to kind of explore their backstory and kind of, you know, see what kind of, you know, what happened to them to make them become, you know, Bane or Mr. Freeze or Riddler or whoever the story centers around. I think it's an interesting concept. I really like it, to be honest. I think for the most part, Bane's origin, I think he was a luchador wrestler in like Mexico or something. And I think that's something like a lot of people forget is like Bane is, I think he might be from Mexico. From South America, we'll say. But honestly, when I think of Bane, I kind of think of the movies, specifically Dark Knight Rises, where, you know, he was a kid in the dark in the well, and then he climbed out and sustained the injury or whatever, and then he had to wear the mask. As far as like what his origin story is in like comics and stuff, I'm not too sure, to be honest. And that's kind of why I bought this book. I'm like, man, I like Bane as a villain. I think he's kind of the perfect package. He's all muscle, but he's also quite brilliant. Where usually you might have like just mindless beast or a really smart character, but they're very fragile. With Bane, he's kind of the best of both worlds. Master strategist and master in the physical domain sense. So when I saw that this was available, I was like, dude, I gotta pick it up. I even like the cover. It looks pretty sweet. There is Bane, and we can see Batman's reflection in the mask, which is kind of weird because, you know, Bane doesn't really have like a shiny mask. Like if it was a Mr. Freeze thing and you see this little like globe of a head, you could probably see the reflection of Batman, but see the reflection in Bane's mask is kind of weird. I guess it's like a spandex type thing and reflective. I don't know. It's kind of weird when you think about it, but pretty badass cover. The glowing red eyes. We see the venom pumping into his veins. Fists are bloody because he's either beating Batman's ass or getting his ass kicked. Not sure which one. And actually we'll read the back and see what we can kind of expect if you were to read this book. A past, present, and future poisoned by venom. Bane broke the bat. He's one of the only villains to ever truly vanquish the Dark Knight. But is that all he's ever accomplished? Decades from now... Oh, wait, this is a future telling. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me read this and then we'll dissect it, because I thought this was going to be an origin story. Decades from now, Bane is a washed-up wrestler reliving his glory days in the ring, defeating someone dressed like Batman every day. But when he discovers there's a new source of venom in the world with a renewed sense of purpose, he'll do everything he can to shut down the facility it's coming from for good in order to ensure that no one else takes the poison that ruined his life. What an interesting story. I was not expecting that. I'm going to be honest, I did not read the synopsis. When I saw the book, you know, I saw it on the shelf there. I'm like, ooh, Batman, Bane, One Bad Day? An origin story for Bane. That's kind of interesting. I didn't even read the back to know that it's actually taking place in the future, which is actually quite exciting. I mean, part of me would like to see, you know, more of an origin story, because like I said, I'm really not too familiar with Bane's origin, like what is actually his origin story. But for this to take place in the future, and he's kind of, like it says, he's a washed up wrestler reliving his glory days. Pretty interesting take on Bane, and here we see a nice shot of him just hulking out right there. Looking pretty cool. That classic Bane. Maybe a little something like that right there. Mask is pretty accurate. You know, me personally, I like to see the green flowing from the pipes to see that the venom's active, but yeah, looks pretty similar to the figure there. But yeah, I know I was talking about how I was so excited to read it and I haven't opened it yet. Like I said, I'm still thinking about whether I'm going to buy the box set. And if so, then there's no point in opening this up, or I'll have to kind of weigh my options on that, especially financially. It'd be really dumb if I do plan on buying all the individual issues. It's going to be a better deal to buy the box set. So I'm probably leaning towards buying the box set, but honestly, part of me really wants to read this book, because like I said, I find Bane to be an interesting character. So that is going to be it for the books. Now, let's get into the figures. Alright, next we are going to be jumping into my Transformers Beast Wars collection, and I'm going to be honest, this edition is not the most exciting to me. I mainly picked it up because it was on a Black Friday deal, and that was the only condition I was going to buy this figure, because it's technically a repaint. It might be a completely different character, but when I look at it, it is just a repaint to me. And it's a repaint of a figure that I like, and the figure I am talking about is Transformers Legacy Evolution Nemesis Leo Prime. It was only just a couple episodes ago that we picked up the regular Leo Prime, the standard version, I guess you could say. And then they ended up releasing this one here, the Nemesis Prime. Nemesis Leo Prime. And as you can see, it is basically an exact carbon copy of the regular Leo Prime. Box is the same, figure's the exact same. We'll take a look. Like, there's literally very, very minimal to very minute details that are different. Like, it would have even been cool to even change up the lion on the front cover. Maybe a different expression, maybe he's sitting, maybe he's attacking or something like that. Just something to kind of differentiate the two, but literally, as you can see, it is just a repaint, and it's kind of a disappointing one. We'll come back to this guy here. We'll take a look at him after. We're going to take a look at Nemesis Leo Prime first. And like I mentioned at the beginning, I'm not sure if this is a completely different character. I'm not sure if this is a corrupted version of Leo Prime. I'm not sure if this is like an evil clone. It can be a bunch of different things. Now, I will say I do like the lion in black a little bit better, mainly because it's got the eyes colored in, where the eyes on the regular Leo Prime, they just made them yellow. So it looks cool, the albino look with the blonde mane. But I kind of like the fact that this, has the pupils for the eyes. It makes it feel more like an animal. And when this was announced, I think I probably talked about it on one of the news portions, but I was like, yeah, this looks cool and all, but I'm only going to buy it if it was on sale. And it was on a decent Black Friday sale. It wasn't as discounted as I would have liked it to be, but I was like, it's on sale. I don't know if it's ever going to go on sale again. I don't know if I'm ever going to get an opportunity in picking it up. And this kind of always pessimist in me is just like, sometimes I feel like I got to kind of pull the trigger on stuff and buy stuff before it like runs out, or I don't get an opportunity again. Maybe it never goes on sale again, whatever the case may be. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to buy it. And I did, and here it is. And if you watched the episode where I did the review for this, it's probably going to sound very similar to everything I'm going to say here. So let's take a look at the box real quick. We can see the front of the box looking nice. I like the blue, the green, and the purple. All combines together very nicely. Like I mentioned, I like the black look for the lion. I think it looks very, very cool. I do have an issue with this packaging, and it is the fact that it is a windowless, or not windowless, but a plastic-free packaging. So no plastic for the window, unlike my regular Leo Prime here, but this was a custom window that I put in. I ended up opening the box up and then putting in the window. I used plastic from, I believe it was a WWE Elite figure or something like that. I installed it here. I've done this a few times now with the Transformers Legacy line because they do the windowless packaging, or plastic-free packaging. There is a window, as you can see here, but you can see that you can touch the figure, and I'm just not a fan of that. And as you can see, even when just there's like kind of a plain background, you'll see dust flying around, like you saw one right there. I'm sure there'll be more. If I wave my hands, there'll be a couple things flying. You see little things flying, and I don't want them to get in the box. I don't want them to get in the box and cover the figure in filth. So that's why I put the plastic window on, is because I want the figure to be protected. But yeah, that's one of my big complaints with these Transformers figures is bring back the plastic, or just encase the whole thing. Either or. But yeah, me personally, I'm not a fan of the open windowedness. I don't like that the figures are so vulnerable. So that is something I don't like. Here's the top of the box, Transformers Legacy Evolution. On the bottom of the box, we've got some boring stuff. On this side of the box, we've got some artwork for the Transformers Legacy line. On this side, we've got a nice shot of Nemesis Leo Prime. That's the name, right? Yeah, Nemesis Leo Prime. Actually, something that's cool about his symbol is you can see that it's the maximal symbol, but he's got a scratch through it, where Leo Prime's, it is the regular maximal symbol. Pretty interesting. I gotta do a little bit more research on this character, and I kind of like that symbol. I like the fact that it's kind of scratched out. I think it's pretty cool. When I first saw this character, I just assumed that it was going to be a Predacon, but I guess this might be a corrupted version of Leo Prime. Not too sure. I'll do some research off camera, or if anybody wants to let me know in the comments section, please feel free. But actually, if we take a look at the logo here for the Maximal logo, it is not scratched out. Actually, let's take a look in the box. It is still intact, the Maximal logo. So that's kind of interesting. Whatever. Moving on, we are looking at the back of the box, and here we can see a nice shot of the lion form there. Looking pretty cool. And here is what's in the box. Already transformed Nemesis Leo Prime. As you can see, you can go from the lion to the transformed form in 35 steps. And the lion, when he's in this form, has a bunch of secret guns and missiles in its mane, which looks pretty cool. Before we open up the box, we are going to be opening up the box because, like I mentioned with the Leo Prime, I got to open the figure to put in the plastic window. That's just the only way to kind of put it in. So we will be opening this up and kind of looking at the figure. I won't be removing it from the restraints, but I will be like taking it out and we can kind of get a better look at the figure. But before we do that, I do want to do a little comparison, figure-wise, maybe box. I definitely want to do box-wise just to see if there's any little differences between the two. And in terms of the figure, it is exactly the same. There you see Optimus Prime, Leo Prime, and then there it is, but in black. So yeah, figure-wise, literally the exact same thing. But now we'll take a look at the box, the differences between the box. As you can see in the front, nothing is different. It's literally the exact same pose, same everything, just different color lion. I wanted to say tiger, but it is a lion. On the bottom, nothing different. On the left side, nothing different. This would have been a cool one to kind of change it up, maybe put in a different pose or something. But as you can see, the exact same thing, just different colors. On the other side, you actually have something cool. I did not know this, but so here's the Nemesis Leo Prime box. Here is the regular Leo Prime box. And here's what one side looks like. Here's what the other side looks like. And they actually combine to make one gigantic poster. I guess I was kind of looking at this when I'm like, shit, I remember their Leo Prime being here, but I'm like, I just kind of assumed that it was kind of a different wave, so maybe they changed the box art a little bit. But yeah, I was kind of interested because, yeah, I remember seeing the Leo Prime here, and now that makes sense. Okay, that is actually cool. Is it worth getting both figures? Probably not, but if you do get both of them, this is a cool little piece that you can do, combining both of them to make one large poster. We'll get a close-up look of this, and here you can see the Transformers from all different times and space. I'm trying to line it up as best as possible. I'm trying to line it up with the diamond here, but then I feel like the head doesn't really go together at the top. I just think it looks weird. That's probably as perfect as it's gonna get. The head doesn't look too bad. The diamond is kind of on point. It's a little tilted, but for the most part, it is pretty good. And yeah, one thing about this being the Transformers Legacy line is that it takes Transformers from all different times and space. Think of the multiverse in Marvel. This is kind of the same thing, where they might take some Transformers characters from like the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, 2010s, the movies, the cartoons, the video games, and they implement them all into one line. So very cool. I actually like this quite a bit. What a nice little detail that I just stumbled upon. I was really not expecting that. I was expecting to just go through the box like, this is the same, this is the same, this is the same. But look at that. They actually come and surprise me with a little thing. I'll give it a slight point there. And finishing out the box walkthrough, we've got the back of the box. And as you can see here, it is the exact same. I guess we'll show off the tape like I usually do for opening figures. So we've got a piece of tape up here. It is sealed. Usually I do the tape check because I want to know that the figure wasn't tampered with inside, but as we can clearly see, it has not been tampered with. We see that the figure is in there where, you know, with Marvel Legends and like Power Rangers Lightning Collection with the plastic-free packaging, their plastic-free packaging literally encompasses the whole figure, so you're not able to see what is in the box. But, yeah, you know what? Fuck it, I'm not doing a tape run because we can see the figures in the box. So I made a cut up here on the flap. Boom. And then I made some incisions here on the side. Hopefully it just pops open. There we go. It's kind of funny how much tape is actually like on the box when the figure is just open. Somebody can just go in and whoop, and just pull the thing out of the box. But so much goddamn tape on the side of it. Just so weird. But as we can see, basically the whole thing's kind of opening up, and that's what I needed to do to put the window in. So we'll take a look at all the papers and stuff. So there's the instructions to make it. Inside, we've got the little piece of paper that tells you not to eat the pieces. And we'll take a look at the instructions. There we can see Nemesis Leo Prime. I haven't seen one of these booklets in a very, very long time. Very cool. Let's open this up. Pretty cool. And now let's take a look at the figure. So there he is inside the box. We'll just take a look at the little thing that he comes on. Here is the back of the box. A lot of different twist ties and tape to keep it nice and secure. But like I said, what the hell are you keeping secure when you've got a giant window that just says "Steal Me"? Here we can see his claws. Ooh, I kind of like the blue claws with the gray and the black. That's actually a nice touch. A nice shade of blue, too. Here we can see the lion face. Actually, this kind of opens. Okay, we can still kind of see it here. It does have jaw articulation, which is pretty cool. Doesn't have a tongue. At least not that I can see. So you can see it's got the pupils, so it does have a lion look to it, unlike the regular Leo Prime version where, you know, just it's kind of demonic looking without the pupils, and it's just got the yellow eyes. It's kind of off-putting. So I do like this, that it does have some pupils. And here we can see on the bottom, a couple different guns there. More guns here. More, I think these are guns? Missiles? No, I believe these are guns. I think these two are guns, and then these are like actual guns. Here we see Nemesis Leo Prime. And I'm assuming this can do the same thing as the regular Leo Prime, where the chest opens. Oh no, it's in here. And you can see the Matrix of Leadership. But there it is. That was a cool little detail that we saw when we did Leo Prime. And there it is in there. I think the chest does open up, but that's more for him transforming into the lion. Yeah, here we can see he's hollowed out here, so nothing in there. But yeah, the Matrix of Leadership in this chest piece here, the little chest cavity. Nice shade of gray. It's almost kind of a gunmetal gray going on there. Some nice silver accents. I like the blue accents and the eyes there. We'll get a close-up of that. Actually, can't really see it, but his eyes are blue. Got some blue on the crotch. And the blue claws, I like quite a bit. We'll take a look at the other shoulder, which is the tail, I believe. Yeah, there it is. There's the tail. Ooh, it kind of clicks in, too. That is nice. So overall, I do think the figure does look pretty cool, but, you know, kind of the question at the end of the day, do you need this guy if you already have this guy here? And honestly, I don't know the answer to that. I'm going to go with no. I feel like if you have one, then you're fine. But that's just me saying that based on, like, just the figure alone. I'm not too familiar with the Nemesis Leo Prime character. I've said that already. I don't know if it's an evil version. I don't know if it's a corrupted version of regular Leo Prime. So I will have to do some research on that, and then maybe I can make a better call. But I would say just as, like, a figure, just by itself, I think if you have one or the other, I don't think you need both. But me being a Beast Wars collector, kind of a completionist of sorts, I wouldn't say completionist, because completionist collects literally everything, and for me, I don't collect everything. I like to collect, well, this next comment that I'm about to say is going to sound very stupid, but I like to collect one of each. Technically, this is the same thing twice, but I'm just going to go with the assumption that he is a different character, so he is worth adding to my collection personally for me. Overall, I would say I do like this version in black quite a bit. I do think it looks good in the black. I like the pupils painted on. Like I mentioned earlier, I like the kind of gunmetal gray that's going on and the blue accents. I think that's a really nice touch. For me personally, this is definitely one of those things where, you know, if it's on sale, I would pick it up, and that's what I did here. But if this was full price, I would definitely not be picking it up. Like 1000%, I would not buy this. That's really the main reason I pulled the trigger. And I would say overall, I like it more than what I did originally when it was announced. I was kind of down on it. I'm like, oh man, this is just a shitty repaint. Like, this is just them milking the molds and, you know, whatnot. But it's not bad. I'm going to do some research on Nemesis Leo Prime. But just by itself, I would say if you got the first one, you don't really need this one. Next, we are going to be jumping into Dragon Ball SH Figuarts collection. I got one edition this month, and it's actually a pretty cool edition. I actually like the figure quite a bit. I think it turned out quite well. I kind of am disappointed with myself because if you do watch that video at the beginning where I kind of break down my collection, I mentioned that I want to collect like all the characters and stuff and then kind of save like the transformations and evolution forms for like later on. And you know, about that, I am now with this edition that I'm about to show off. This will now be the third form of a character that has, I'll say, 5 forms. There is a 6th form that we can kind of talk about in a second, but it's not really a transformation of sorts, but it is kind of a different form. But anyways, let me just introduce the figure. The figure I am talking about is a character that we've seen a few times on here now, and this will be his 3rd form. We've seen his 1st form, we've seen his 4th form. Now we kind of got to fill in those 2 middle slots, and I am talking about Frieza in his 3rd form. I'm going to be honest, I forgot that this was his 3rd form. I thought it was the giant version. I thought that was his 3rd form, and this was his 2nd. But when I received this figure, I got it from Big Bad Toy Store, and I was reading the box. I'm like, 3rd form? I guess it is his 3rd form. I will say the 3rd form of Frieza is not my favorite. I would probably put it at the 4th slot for me personally. I like his other forms a lot more, but for me, just it's the really elongated head that I just think looks super weird and kind of dumb, in my opinion. Like, it just, going from like the really tall dude to this, just, it seems like a bit of a downgrade, in my opinion. So yeah, out of all of Frieza's forms, this would probably be at the bottom for me, but I think the figure still looks pretty cool. Here's a nice shot of the figure here on the front, looking pretty cool. And as we can see in the box, it looks really good. A lot of good attention to detail. You can see that face there. Even the face is kind of creepy. He's got no nose. I mean, Frieza doesn't have a nose. Oh wait, his 4th form has a nose. He's got a little button nose there. You can kind of see it right there. But this thing has no nose. Just kind of adds another creepiness factor to it. It's got a lot of accessories, as you can see here. We'll do a breakdown of the box inside after. Let's just, we'll break down the box first, then we'll kind of break down what's inside. So here is a nice shot of the front here. Frieza, 3rd form. Here is the top of the box. Nice window. We can see down on the figure, and a nice shot of Frieza here. The bottom, Frieza, 3rd form. And a couple different poses you can do with him. On the left side, we got another open window. And again, it says Frieza, 3rd form, just in case you forgot. On this side here, we see a couple nice shots of a couple things that kind of come in the box. One here comes with his cut tail. I don't remember who cut his tail. I want to say it was Vegeta. Or maybe it was Krillin with a Destructo Disc. But I think Krillin got killed by the 2nd version of Frieza. If I remember correctly, I think because the 2nd version of Frieza is like the really tall version, and he's got the horns. And if I remember correctly, he impales Krillin with one of the horns. So I'm not sure who cuts the tail. I don't remember off the top of my head right now. And on the back of the box, we can see a nice few shots of what you can do with him. So here is his figure right there. Nice purple and pink going on. Along with the whites, we can see he comes with the 6-star Dragon Ball. Here is him powering up for a move. Here is him with his arms crossed. Actually, that's an accessory similar to the Vegeta figure from the last episode. He also comes with a crossed arm version that you can implement into the arm pegs. And here is another shot of this blast effect piece, but here we can get to see it in color, so it's a nice like purplish, pinkish color to it. And some more shots of Frieza, him coming in for an attack. And in the box, we've got a bunch of different accessories. First, we've got 2 different face plates going on. So here he's kind of got his mouth open. You can see his teeth. On the top there, we got a like very cartoony look for him. where he's got a huge grin on his face and kind of covered by the letters, but you can see him with his mouth wide open. I wish he had more of an angry expression. I think that would have been a good one to kind of balance it out. Here, they're all like very maniacal looking expressions, which kind of fits his character, but I would have liked like a kind of angry look. Also in the box, we've got his tail that detaches, and you can see there's the back of the tail there with Frieza, and then you just attach this portion in here, and it is cut. That's where the tip would be. I'm not sure if these are the tips of the tail that would go on here, or if they are, actually, I think I just answered my own question. I believe these are horns that go on the head. I'm not sure if they replace these ones here, or if they go somewhere else. Actually, maybe we can see it on the box. So those are the two that are on his head, and then there's like another one here. I'm not sure if that's on his back or something like that. Here's another shot of it here. Back spike of some sort. Actually, you can kind of see it here as well. So I guess that does answer my question. It is a back spike. I thought it might have been a horn. Maybe it gets bigger or something. I really don't remember this version of Frieza too much, so I can't recall the kind of intricacies of the figure, but yeah, these horns go on the back, which is cool. We can see the Dragon Ball there. We know it's the 6-star. We see the cross arms there, and in this side of the box, we've got hands, and the blast effect piece is in there as well. I'm not sure where because we can't really see. Actually, I think I see the blast effect piece in the very bottom there. Well, we can't really get like a close look at it, but there's definitely some hands in here. How many pairs? I'm not sure. Probably 2 to 3, I would say. That's probably a safe bet. And then we know he comes with the blast effect piece, so it is somewhere here in the box. Before we do show off Frieza and the other forms that I have, I just brought in a couple other characters to kind of face him up against. First, we got Krillin. I brought Krillin in because I thought this version kills Krillin, but like I was mentioning earlier, I believe it's the second form that when he's really tall, he spikes Krillin through the chest and kills him for one of the 20 times that he dies during the show. But yeah, Krillin was a very, I was going to say integral part to the story around this time, but he was there. You know, he's kind of always there, but he was more there here than, you know, a lot of the other stories. So yeah, brought in Krillin. And then this next figure doesn't really make too much sense, but I brought it in because this is the figure that I got last episode from my Dragon Ball collection. It is Super Saiyan Goku. Now this version of Goku, the Super Saiyan version, did not get introduced until the 4th form of Frieza. But I like this figure a lot, so I was just like, you know what? Just kind of gives me an excuse to bring it in. So here it is. And if you want to see more about this figure, go watch the last episode, the October episode. And now let's take a look at Frieza and all his forms. So here we got the 3rd form, we got his 1st form, and we've got his 4th form. I was going to kind of save a spot here for his 2nd form, but there's not enough room. So yeah, here are 3 of Frieza's forms. 3 of 6, I would say. So he's got his main 4. So 1, 3, and 4. And then you've got Mecha Frieza, which it's not a form. It's just, you know, he was killed and then he got put back together. So it's not something that he can transform into. But you can kind of consider that a version or form. So I would say that's number 5. And then number 6 would be the Golden Frieza, which is a newer transformation. If you're like a Dragon Ball Z purist, you're probably not familiar with that version of Frieza. But yeah, he does have a version after this, where actually it's basically this, but he turns gold. So everything that's white on him goes gold. The purple still remains, but yeah, he's all gold, and it actually looks pretty cool, to be honest. But yeah, here is my Frieza collection. Like I said, we've got to make some room right here. I have the 2nd one pre-ordered on Big Bad Toy Store. I'm not sure when that's going to be coming out. I will be getting it whenever it does come out. But for now, we've just got 3 forms of Frieza. So this is a pretty cool addition to my Dragon Ball collection. Like I mentioned at the beginning, I didn't want to collect every version of characters like right at the beginning. I would say my Dragon Ball collection's kind of in its infancy still. I've only been doing it for about a year now. Actually, I believe I started October of last year, October or November. You know, it kind of sucks that out of my small collection, I've got 3 Frieza figures already, but, you know, I buy what's available, and, you know, those figures were available. More easily available than, like, some of the other figures that I would love to get, like a Piccolo or Gohan. I'm almost done with the Frieza collection, so I guess bring it on. I do want to get the Mecha Frieza. That's probably one of my favorite versions of Frieza as well, along with the second version, but I think the third version's cool. Not my favorite version of Frieza, but seeing it in its figure form, it makes me have a new appreciation for it, so I like it quite a bit. Makes a great addition to my Dragon Ball collection. Alright, next we are going to be jumping into my video game figures, and we got one edition this month, and it is a very, very cool edition. It's an edition I've been waiting for quite some time, and it has to do with this series right here, the Jada Toys Street Fighter figures line, where Wave 1 consists of Fei Long, Ryu, and the finally released figure of everybody's favorite ass-kicking badass. It is Chun-Li, and we now have Wave 1 complete. We'll do comparisons with the rest of the team again, or not team, because there's no teams in Street Fighter. There's allegiances, but there's no teams. But we'll set up shots for the whole group, Wave 1, after. Just wanted to kind of introduce them together. But yes, finally we have Chun-Li. So like I was mentioning, Wave 1 consists of Fei Long, Ryu, and Chun-Li. But unfortunately, at that time, Chun-Li was found to have a deficiency with her figure. There was some sort of issue. I believe it was a leg issue with the figure. And they ended up delaying the figure to correct the issue, which is pretty cool on Jada Toys' part, to not release something that they knew was broken. Or maybe, you know, you could have released it as such and, like, maybe put it at a discounted price. Where it's like, if people like myself are going to leave their figures in box, they can buy that version of the figure, because we're never going to take it out of box. So that issue of the leg or whatever the case may be would never be a factor for us, because we're just going to keep it in box and display it as such. But you know what? They were like, you know, we're just going to scrap everything and we're going to start from brand new. So the Chun-Li figure originally got delayed and came out many months later. So yeah, now we have Chun-Li. She looks really good. We'll take a look at the figure in just a second. We'll do a little run through of the box. The box is quite similar to the other figures. There's really not much that has changed from box to box. We'll do a little comparison with one of them after, but we'll just go through the box real quick here. First, just like the others, you got the arcade cabinet style, which I really, really like. And as we can see at the bottom, it is personalized for Chun-Li. On the bottom of the box, we got some boring stuff. On the top of the box, we've got a little window, and we got the little hook to go on the hook if it was in like a retail shop. On this side, the side of the arcade cabinet, we see actually 2 of the figures that have been released already, Fei Long and Ryu, and a couple others that are coming down the line. On the other side, we see a couple other Street Fighter characters, and we also see some information on Chun-Li. So there we can see her name, obviously the flag of her country, which is China, and her fighting style, which is Chinese martial arts. And here is the back of the box. As we saw, Fei Long and Ryu, Chun-Li rounds out Wave 1. And here's a nice look of the roster that this game, or these figures are based on, which is Ultra Street Fighter 2, the final challengers. And here is Chun-Li looking pretty solid. I think she's got a very good face scan, comes with an extra alternative head. And the screaming head, honestly, usually I'm not a fan of screaming heads, but I like this one in particular. I just find that it kind of fits her. Like, I can see her doing that. Like, you have her in some pose, maybe doing the kicks, and that's the expression she would have. So I actually like that quite a bit. Plus, you can see that her tassels for her hair are kind of moving a bit compared to the regular head where it's kind of just stationary. You can see here she's in some sort of distress or in combat or something like that. So the tassels are in like an action pose, not action pose, but like they're not nice and neat like the other ones are. And as far as the rest of the figure, I like the blue on her dress. I think it looks really nice with the yellow accents. I like the spiked gauntlets for her. If we look down, I know there's probably some perverts that are like, yeah, but how thick are her thighs? I'm not going to answer that because that's disgusting. But just based on the looking in the box, it seems proportionate or unproportionate. Whatever you want, it's probably what it is. And then we also have an extra set of hands. We have like some karate chop hands. And then we've got a stand for the blast effect piece, which we'll talk about in a second. But here we can see the little base. We can see the kind of arm, I guess you would call it. The kind of clear arm here that you can maneuver however you'd like. And then we have the blast effect piece for her famous kicks. So I think it's a pretty solid offering. I'm going to bring in the rest of the Wave 1 characters. Here we got Ryu and we got Fei Long. And like I said, we're starting to build out that Street Fighter roster, and I think Wave 1 so far has been just absolutely immaculate. Like I was saying, I think these are the biggest and best surprise of 2023 in my opinion. You know, this is a series that people have been clamoring for figures for so long, and there has been different companies that have offered figures on Street Fighter, most notably like Storm Collectibles, but their prices are just so ridiculous. Like, it's a super premium figure. It's like over $100 per figure. Where these ones here, they're cheaper, but I don't want to say that cheaper is worse. I feel like you get a lot of bang for your buck when it comes to these figures. I believe the figures cost either $25 or $30. I don't remember off the top of my head. I want to say $25. And for everything that you get in this box, you get an extra set of hands, an extra head, a solid figure with awesome articulation and detail, a blast effect piece, and a stand to display the blast effect piece, plus some very cool packaging. I think it's just a really, really good offering. And then you have figures like the Marvel Legends figures where sometimes, you know, you might not even get accessories and they're charging like $10 more for their figures, so it can be very frustrating. And I think Jada Toys is doing a great job with this line. I really look forward to everything that they put out in the future, and I'd like to see them actually expand. I think the Street Fighter figures have been a very big hit, and like I said, I think it's got a lot of praise from the figure community and the fan base that hopefully they kind of explore other video game properties. I think there's a lot of like unfulfilled fandoms that are out there, and whether they come up with like they work a deal out with Capcom to maybe make some figures based on some of those characters, maybe Resident Evil, Monster Hunter. Those are just a couple of their kind of bigger brands on top of the Street Fighter characters. So yeah, I really, really like these figures. I'm very happy with them. Jada Toys, you've been doing a fantastic job so far. I really look forward to what you have planned in the future. I think all three of these figures have been solid figures so far. And one more comparison I wanted to do before we wrap this up is we got Chun-Li here, and then for my Power Rangers fans, you guys are familiar with what I'm about to show, and it is the Blazing Phoenix Chun-Li Power Ranger. For those of you who are not familiar, Power Rangers did a collaboration with Street Fighter and did a bunch of the Street Fighter characters and turned them into Rangers. There's Rangers for Ken, Cammy, Ryu, and Chun-Li. There's only 4 in the collaboration, and I thought this would be a fun one to share. Here's Chun-Li regular, and then we have her morphed form here, and you can see they both have the kicking blast effect. So if you have both of these, you can actually set up both of them, and she can go to town on, you know, a Putty, on Bison, on whoever it may be. So just a very cool shot I wanted to do. Overall, I'm just really happy with the Street Fighter line, as you probably know by everything I was just talking about before. But in particular with the Chun-Li, I think she's awesome. She's definitely one of those fan favorite characters for Street Fighter, and I feel like Jada Toys did a great job for, fans of Chun-Li. I think they would all be proud to add this to their collection. So, very happy with the Chun-Li, very happy with the Street Fighter figures, Jada Toys. Shout out to you. You guys made a killer line this year, and hopefully, I don't want to say pick it up, but maybe increase their output by maybe 2 waves a year. And actually, something that just entered my mind that I forgot was Jada Toys is also doing the Mega Man line of figures that will be releasing here soon. I think they're coming out in January or February. So we'll talk about those when they come out, but those are another property of Capcom. So maybe we might see some more Capcom properties come to life with Jada Toys. I think the clear one that's probably in the works would be like Resident Evil. There's definitely a bigger fan base out of like all those properties I listed. Resident Evil's the one with like the biggest fan base and name recognition, and I think would do good business as well. So we'll have to wait for those, potentially, if they're in the works or if not. But in terms of these Street Fighter figures, I can't say it enough. I think they're great. They make great additions to my collection, specifically Chun-Li here. And yeah, I'm very happy to add her to my collection. Next, we are going to be jumping into my wrestling figure collection, and I've got 2 figures this month, and they are from a 2-pack, which I'm kind of surprised, because one, I don't buy too many 2-packs, and the thing with 2-packs is usually that there's one figure that's like very desirable and like people want, and then it's usually packaged with like a figure that you're not really too interested in. But with this 2-pack here, at least for me personally, this was a great 2-pack because it is 2 additions to my collection, which I'm very happy about. One of them is a character that we've seen quite a bit in the past few episodes. You'll know who I'm talking about. Well, I was about to say you'll know who I'm talking about when I show you, which is very dumb and redundant, but if you watch the past few episodes in the wrestling section, you know who I'm talking about. And the other person is someone I didn't know I was going to like this version. I kind of had this visual of this person of like, okay, when I see this person, I see them in this attire, and then the attire that they came in, I wasn't really kind of thrilled about, but it's actually grown on me quite a bit. But you know what? I've done enough chit-chatting and kind of hyping up. Let's introduce them. It is the very short-lived tag team, AEW tag team. I didn't even mention what company I'm buying these figures from. They are from AEW, and it is the short-lived tag team of Hook and very nice and very evil Danhausen. So, like I mentioned, we've seen a lot of Danhausen in the past few episodes in regards to that giveaway that I did, and I finally was able to get my version of Danhausen. This was kind of the version that I always wanted. In regards to the very nice, very evil exclusive Ringside Collectibles one, I wasn't really a fan of the gray camo pants that he came in. I like more just the plain black and red. I think this attire is just more Danhausen for me. And then for Hook has actually had a couple figures now. He had one that's also a Ringside exclusive. Actually, funny enough, both of these guys have Ringside exclusive figures if you're interested. Hook was also a part of, I believe it was Unmatched Wave 6. And that's the Hook I was kind of having my eye on, because when I think of Hook, I think of him in like the green shorts. That's kind of like his debut look. And when I saw that this 2-pack was coming out and he was coming in the black trunks, I was like, I don't know if I like it, but it actually has grown on me quite a bit. I really do like the black trunks. But I just think it's funny that this 2-pack is getting a team, sorry, I said that backwards. This 2-pack is getting a team. This team is getting a 2-pack because, honestly, I think they only had like one tag team match, and it was like a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years at this point. For them to get a 2-pack and like solidify them as like Hookhausen, very, very weird. But you know what? They're 2 popular characters on AEW. Danhausen, very toyetic. Hook, very popular. And then putting them together, just kind of a no-brainer. But I actually had quite a bit of issues getting this 2-pack. First off, I had to order it through the Amazon, American Amazon, Amazon.com. Because in terms of the Canadian Amazon and AEW figures, they just, they're like oil and water for some reason. The Canadian Amazon, when it comes to AEW figures, they just get nothing. They don't get the exclusives. Like these 2-packs, these AEW 2-packs, they're Amazon exclusives. The only ones that I've seen on the Canadian Amazon site is like the first wave where it's like the Bucks, Kenny and Hangman, and then SCU, Frankie Kazarian and Scorpio Sky. And that was the first wave of 2-packs. And I think this is either wave 3 or wave 4, and it was not even listed on the Canadian Amazon. So pre-ordered it on the American one, and had a little bit of fear that I actually wasn't going to get this. So I pre-ordered this, I think it was back during Comic-Con. Whenever this was announced, it might have been Double or Nothing, one of those weekend with the pay-per-views. They usually do kind of like a small little toy show with it, just reveal some upcoming stuff. It might have been that. Anyways, I pre-ordered it on the American Amazon website, whatever, and had a release date of October. Waiting, month after month after month, and I'm like, oh, I'm finally going to get them in October. In September, I get an email saying, oh, your figures have been delayed. And it was kind of weird because I was already seeing people getting this 2-pack, so I'm like, what the fuck? I feel like I was pretty early on the pre-order. What's going on with my copy? And then I got another email mentioning a delay. And then I got another email after that just being like, hey, are you even still interested in these figures? And I'm like, yeah, I am. What the fuck? That's why I pre-ordered it. And eventually it did ship out. And then when it shipped out, it got picked up by like this really weird company, like not your big delivery companies like UPS, FedEx. In Canada, we have Canada Post. That's one of the big ones. None of those big ones were the ones that were going to deliver these figures. It was some weird company. I don't even know the name of it. And I'm like, oh God, I'm not getting these figures, am I? And then one morning, I actually got an Amazon update saying, hey, the figures are going to be delivered to you today. And, look out for them. There was no timetable, but just, they'll be dropped off at your house sometime today. And I remember I woke up around 5:30 or something like that. And I look at my phone, I see the time, like, oh my God, it's 5:30. What the fuck? I had to go to the washroom. So I end up going to the washroom. I bring my phone with me just to kill time. And I check my phone, and it's like, hey, your Amazon package was delivered. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. Who the fuck is delivering Amazon packages at this time? And I'm like, there's no fucking way it was delivered. I go to my front door, the package is just lying there on the floor. And not even that is, so at my house, we have a glass enclosure. So there's like a glass door you got to open that's covered. That's kind of like its own room. And then you open the front door to get into the house, and that glass enclosure door, we always keep it locked. And when I opened the door to go see if the package was there, the figures were in the glass enclosure area in front of like the front door, and I was like, what the fuck? We always lock this at night. How the fuck did this get in here? Actually, come to find out that the door is really not very secure, but, that's a different story. Anyways, all that to say, I finally got these figures. Very hyped for them. We will do a breakdown of each one. We'll start out with Hook, because, compared to Danhausen, who has a lot of deco and face paint and all that kind of stuff, Hook here is just a little kind of plain looking. But I still do think he looks pretty cool, so do a little 360. We can see all his tattoos. I will say he's got some of the worst tattoos I've ever seen. And this is not even like his updated stuff. I didn't even know he had this tattoo that just says Mom. Now, maybe it's an acronym for something, but I'm assuming it's just like, a tattoo tribute to his mom. Personally, me, I'm not a tattoo guy. I would never get one. I mean, I don't want to say never, but highly, highly unlikely that I'll ever get one. I find a lot of the newer generation just getting random scattered tattoos all over your body. Like you get one here, you get one here, you get one here, you get one there, just all over the place. And it's like there's no cohesion to it, and you just kind of look like a doodle, like a scrap piece of paper with doodles written all over you. Where like Danhausen, he does have his separate like tattoos and stuff, but he also has like a gigantic piece, that kind of all runs together. Just something that I noticed a lot of people doing, just like in real life, not even just like wrestling or whatever. I think it looks fucking terrible, the scatter tattoos, just my opinion. Anyways, let's actually talk about the figure. I think it's a pretty solid figure. I think it's got a great likeness to him. I think it's a good body size. He's definitely not the biggest guy. I think it's using the same body mold as Jungle Boy. I'm pretty sure Jungle Boy is also quite scrawny, so I believe that is the same torso. But let's talk about that face, which I think looks really, really good. And he actually comes with 2 different heads. This 2-pack is actually pretty awesome because each person gets an extra set of hands and an extra head. So we'll just take a look at the hands real quick. So he comes with some C-gripping hands with the wrist tape, as you can see there. And then he comes with fisted hands that are also taped up. Me personally, I wouldn't use the fisted hands. 1, I'm not really a fan of fisted hands. And 2, Hook is more of a grappler. You know, he uses a lot of suplexes and stuff. Not really much of a brawler, so it doesn't really make sense, in my opinion, to put the fisted hands on him. But, you know, like I said, just me. Maybe I'll pull a line from his father, but I digress. We got Hook Jones over here. But like I also mentioned, there is another head scan, and I think this is definitely the superior one between the 2. So we'll take a look at this one here, the one that I have on the head. He's got, you know, his big fluffy hair kind of in the wind, which I like quite a bit. Just do a quick 360. I think it really captures like the coolness of Hook in his hair. His hair is like a character in itself. And then the other head sculpt is this one here. And Hook is a pretty boy. I would describe him as that. But I feel like with this one, he's too pretty. You know, I don't think his hair is like this fluffy. I don't know if I've ever seen it in this style. I more so recall seeing it like this. So, yeah, I'm not really a fan of this head. I think it's more the hair. I think the face scan is okay, but the hair I'm just not as much of a fan of as I am with the other one. But that's what it looks like. We'll also pop it on just to see what it looks like on the body. Doesn't look too bad, but in terms of my preference, I also like how angry he kind of looks here. Actually, isn't he more angry? Yeah, I would say this kind of has a more angry look to him. You know, that kind of snarl that he always has going on. With this, he's just too cool and reserved for me. So definitely going to stick with this head. Let me actually pop it back on. And comes with an accessories. We see the little necklace there. You know, your regular articulation when it comes to AEW figures. I don't really break down the articulation too much when I do wrestling figures. I don't know why. That is something that I've noticed. I just kind of describe everything I like and dislike about it, and never really talk about the joints. Only if it's something negative, where it's like, oh yeah, this knee or something's like really loose. But usually with the wrestling figures, they are pretty solid. Not too many problems. So there's really not too much to kind of go into or say about them. But just going through the articulation quite quickly in case you are interested. He's got very tight joints, which is very nice. And actually, before we get to Danhausen, I want to do a little group shot here. Well, it's kind of a group shot. It's going to be a father and son shot. So we've got Hook. Well, we had Hook. There we have Hook, and we also have his daddy, Taz. It would be cool to see them team up, but, you know, Taz is definitely too beat up to kind of get in the ring. You know, he's had a lot of history with, like, neck injuries, and I'm not too sure about concussions, but I know he's had a bunch of neck and I think spine type of injuries. He definitely broke his neck. Yeah, he broke his neck in ECW. I think that's kind of affected him all the way throughout his career to where the point where he had to retire early. But now he is doing commentary for his son on his son's matches. You can tell how proud he is of his son whenever he's on commentary. So very, very cool group shot here. And let's talk about the other person in the 2-pack. It is a very nice and very evil person. It is Danhausen. I think Danhausen is a very toyetic character in the world of wrestling, between the face paint, the tattoos, the cape. He is quite the character. So glad to finally have him in my collection. Glad I can get like this version of him, because in terms of Danhausen figures, he's got the one figure in AEW Unrivaled 13, where for some reason they put him in like his street gear. Like, I get that's his debut look when he debuted in that match against, I think it was Adam Cole. and he cursed him, but he has that like stupid shirt that he wears. I mean, me personally, I'm not a fan of wrestlers and their kind of civilian gear type thing. It's like, it's either wrestling gear or nothing. So I was like, oh, that's kind of disappointing. And then they made like a figure like this. It might even be the exact same one. I'm sure there's some different deco. But for like a regular Danhausen, they made it the Chase. And it was like, oh my God, what the fuck? That's so lame. That's the more desirable version of Danhausen. It should have been reversed, where like this version was the regular version, and then if you want to get the Chase where he's in his clothes, you can, try and hunt it down or whatever. And he's also had a couple other figures. He's got the ringside exclusive one, which, like I said, we've seen for the past few episodes with the giveaway that I've done. He's got this one here in the 2-pack, and don't forget that he also is going to be coming out as part of Wave 1 of the ROH figures. So, a couple different ways you can get some Danhausen figures if you are interested. For me personally, I think this one's pretty sweet. There is something that is sweet about the ringside exclusive one that I gave away, where this is a plastic cape, and the one that you get in that ringside exclusive one is a cloth cape. So that is pretty cool. But me personally, I'm kind of fine with the plastic cape. I think it looks pretty good. It does what I want it to do, so it's not that big of a deal to me. But I would say for me personally, this figure kind of checks all the boxes that I'm kind of looking for when it comes to a Danhausen figure. So I am quite happy with this. And I think they did a very solid job on him. Between the face paint, which I think looks really good, we will take a close-up there. We see his very nice and very evil face paints with the black and the white. You see the black face paint on the ears, along the hair, ears again. We see his blue eyes. We see the red around his eyes as well. Looking very cool. I will take the cape off and we'll take a look at his tattoos, but I'm just going to keep it on for now because I just kind of really like this presentation. I'm a big fan of Danhausen. I think he's quite a quirky character in the world of wrestling. I'm a little late to the party on Danhausen. I remember when I first kind of started hearing about him, people were just like, oh, you gotta see that Danhausen. Gotta, love that Danhausen. And he was really making a name for himself on the indies. And I kind of caught him on the tail end of like Ring of Honor dying. And then obviously he got picked up by AEW. I like his gimmick. I like his quirkiness, his comedy, his obscure references. I know he likes The Simpsons quite a bit. I do think he can get a bit annoying at times. Like, I used to watch Ethan Page's toy vlogs whenever he was doing those. He used to release them every Sunday. Danhausen was a recurring character on there quite a bit. And, with Danhausen, I can say he does get on my nerves a little bit. I think he's good in small doses, but, too much is, you can get kind of annoying. But that's, me personally, I think that's kind of, that's how I feel about him. But I do still like him. But you know what? Let's actually look at the figure that we are talking about, the person that we are talking about. So we'll take off the cape first, and there are 2 hooks here. As you can see, holding it in place, you can do either one. Just pop it off. You can do one and then, take the head off. And then it just slides off like that. And if you want, you could put it back on, but probably not, so you can put the cape back on him. But actually, let's take a look at his head. Actually, let's take a look at his hands first, because, there's really not too much to say about his hands. He's got kind of some cursing hands. I curse you. And that's kind of one thing I wish that they changed a little bit. Like, I'm kind of a boring guy when it comes to hands. Like, I really like just like the C gripping hands like we saw on Hook. Where with Danhausen, he's got, he doesn't have any kind of like fisted hands. He's got like these kind of hands. And then he's got the cursing hands. I'd probably keep these ones on. Or maybe these. I don't know. I don't really have a preference right now. But I would have liked some kind of fisted hands. Maybe not fisted completely, like closed hand fisted. But just some C gripping hands, I think, would have been cool. So there's 2 sets of hands, as you can see there. And we'll take a look at his head, and honestly, there's not much of a difference between the 2. There's a very slight one, and it's kind of the difference between the Hook figures, where it's really the hair. Let's just do a 360 of the one. This is the one that I had on the head. So there's the face paint. I mean, we already kind of took a look at the face. There's the back of the head, top of the head. And then the other version, and you might be saying, dude, you didn't even change the head. Like, that's the same head. It's not. Very similar head. The only thing that's different is the hair. You can see this hair is kind of sticking up, but same facial expression, same face paints. Nothing's really different there. It's just the hair is a little more messed up here. And here it's just more of a normal Danhausen look. And I prefer this one more. I kind of just like the plain hair down kind of look. The hair up kind of look, it doesn't do it for me. Like, it's cool to get. Oh, I just noticed that the black paint kind of ran down here on the side of the head. I guess the paint didn't dry in time and kept on going. Thankfully, it didn't go all the way down, but yeah, it did droop a little bit there, which is unfortunate. But like I said, I'm not really going to be planning on using this head. I will be using this one, but it's okay. I wish there was a little bit more different to it, but instead of just the hair. But yeah, that's just me. So again, here are the two, and this one here is the one that I'll be using. So let me put that back on the body. And actually, before we get into the figure out, we'll take a quick look at the cape. I know I showed off the hooks on the inside. No pun intended with the, figure hook that we showed off earlier, but he's got a kind of Dracula style cape to him with the nice red on the inside. Is a very rubbery cape. As you can see here, very bendable. Do some fun stuff with that. I like the collar here. Looks very nice. And on the back, we see his slogan, very nice, very evil. And a nice picture of Danhausen there, looking very nice and very evil. Now let's take a look at the man himself, Danhausen. I think he looks really good. Like I said, I really do like his tattoos. They're very colorful and they pop quite a bit. They add a lot of personality to him. Like, not only does the face paint add personality, but also just his colorful tattoos. He's got this demonic thing on his chest in the blue, yellow, and red. More blue tattoos along the arm. You see some green, some yellow, some black, some red. He's got like a game of Tetris going on his elbow here. What the fuck is going on here? I don't know. But one thing I do like about the AEW figures is they always do a killer job with the tattoos. And I think they knocked it out of the park with this one here. I think that one's supposed to be Nosferatu up here. A couple like horror type characters. I mean, you can definitely see that he is into horror movies and stuff. And actually his face paint, I remember hearing him talk about it, is it was inspired by the movie The Exorcist. The demon in that movie, I think his name is Pazuzu. I think he's only in the movie for like a split second. Like, he just kind of flashes on the screen. And his face paint is kind of modeled after, or Danhausen's face paint is kind of modeled after what Pazuzu looked like in that movie. I remember he mentioned that. I don't know where, but I remember hearing that. We see another face of his, along with his signature teeth. He hasn't really implemented that gimmick in AEW. That was more during his Ring of Honor time. He always had a jar of teeth. I'm not sure what the significance was, but, that was a thing that he did. Now we've got Love That Danhausen, and another slogan of his. A very cool figure. I think for me personally, I think it's definitely, it's a solid figure, but it's definitely made better whenever you've got the cape on him. I'm going to put it back on because it looks that cool. We actually need more capes in wrestling. There's not too many people that use capes. Hurricane, Rosie had a cape. Mighty Molly. I mean, that's all basically the same faction, but I'm sure there were some other people that use capes, but we need to start implementing more capes in wrestling. And it doesn't get any cooler than a couple of best friends here. Here are Danhausen and his group of misfits, Orange Cassidy and the best friends here. And honestly, let me bring out Hook as well, because he's actually been running with the group of best friends here a little bit as well. He's kind of an God damn it. Here is Hook, an honorary member of the Best Friends. Not a part of the group, but he is affiliated with them. And yeah, overall, I'm very happy with this 2-pack. I'm very happy that I was able to get it through all the little kind of hurdles that seemed like Amazon didn't want me to get my order fulfilled. But you know what? Thankfully, they did fulfill it. It sucks I had to order it through the American website because, you know, that with the conversion and the shipping and taxes, this figure was a little more on the expensive side. But you know what? I thought it was worth it to add 2 very cool characters to my collection. And like I said, solid 2-pack, at least for me personally. I didn't have any Danhausen or Hook figures beforehand. And now I've got them both in my AEW collection. So very happy with these solid additions to my collection. And maybe we'll see Hookhausen again in the future. Maybe a little reunites. Who knows? We'll have to kind of wait to see. But yeah, solid 2-pack. Very happy with it. Next, we are going to be jumping into Marvel Legends, and I got 2 editions this month. And I didn't mean for it to happen, but they actually have a bit of a theme going on with these 2 characters. These are 2 characters I've wanted to add to my collection for quite some time. They're not the biggest Marvel names, but they are some pretty cool heroes in my opinion. We're going to do them separately, but we're going to be starting out with a character that honestly I really like their costume. I don't know too much about the character themselves. I tried to get into some comics of this character at one point. I enjoyed what I read, but I didn't keep up with it. I maybe read 5 or 6 issues and then I just kind of dropped it. But let me just introduce him. He is from the Marvel Universe, from the street level characters, you know, characters like Daredevil, Iron Fist, Luke Cage. He is in that realm of characters, and the character I am talking about is none other than Moon Knight. Some people describe Moon Knight as the Batman of the Marvel Universe, and there are a couple similarities. I don't know if I'd necessarily say they're like a 1-for-1, but they're definitely kind of in the same realm of characters. And yeah, I've been wanting a Moon Knight in my collection for quite some time. There have been a couple Moon Knight releases, but I haven't really liked the costumes that they've done so far. They actually released this figure a couple years ago. I believe it was a Walgreens exclusive in the US. We don't have Walgreens here in Canada, so there was like no way to get this figure. Plus at the time I wasn't collecting Marvel Legends, so that was the one I always kind of had my eye on. They released a couple others, like they released a figure based on his look from the show. They released a figure based on a more recent look of his where he still has the white, but he also has like some black tights underneath. I don't know if tights is the right word, but you know, most of his suit was black with some white on top. But this was always the look that I wanted to get. And like I said, I wanted to get that Walgreens version. And then a couple months ago, they announced that they're going to be they didn't use the words re-release, but if you saw what the other figure consisted of and you see this figure, it's a re-release. And they're going to be putting it on the retro card, which is pretty cool. I always like these retro style cards, whether it be X-Men or Spider-Man. Spider-Man being my favorite one. But I have a couple of these retro card ones, like this style, and they're not my favorite, but I do like it because it just kind of stands out. But yeah, with this figure, I don't remember if it was a Walmart or Target exclusive. So what sucks is the original release for this was a Walgreens exclusive, and then they're like, okay, we're going to put that Moon Knight out again for people that didn't get a chance to get the Walgreens one, but we're also going to make this version exclusive too. I believe it was an exclusive to Target, if I remember correctly. So it just kind of sucked where it was like, okay, you wanted to make this exclusive easier to get, but then you still make it an exclusive. It just kind of like a head scratcher to me. I didn't think I was going to be able to get my hands on it, but I actually saw a guy selling it, and I was like, dude, I got to buy this now, because if I wait or, you know, I change my mind or whatever, I know I'm never going to get an opportunity to buy it again. So I'm like, sir, I'm going to grab that off you, and here it is. We'll show off the box. There's really not much to show because it is just, you know, a single card. There's no side panels to show off or anything. I will still do that because I like doing that for the box breakdown, but it should be a bit of a quick one. So here we got, like I said, the retro packaging, the Fist of Khonshu. I believe I pronounced that correctly. I actually have not watched the show yet on Disney Plus. I think it's probably like 6 or 8 episodes, like 1-hour episodes, and I could probably binge it pretty quickly, but I just don't like watching TV shows. I'd rather watch a movie. But we will talk about the containments of the box in a second. We'll just show off the rest of the box. So here is a look at the bottom of the box. We can see the instructions there. Here is the left side. We see a nice side shot of Moon Knight there. Top shot of the box there. Right shot of the box. And then we have the back of the box. We see a nice shot of Moon Knight here. I believe, yeah, it is the same one that is on the front. I was going to say on the back. We'll read his little description here. A vision in an Egyptian temple leads Mark Spector to don a shroud and become the crime-fighting hero known as Moon Knight. Short and simple there. It doesn't really go too in-depth on the visions or the Egyptian stuff. I mean, it kind of gives you like exactly what you want. This happened, and this led him to becoming Moon Knight, so I guess it makes sense. But here is the back of the box. Nice blue and yellow colors going on. It kind of pops with the white of the costume. Now let's take a look at what you get in the box, and you actually get quite a bit. As I was just shitting on Marvel Legends in the video game section where I was talking about the Chun-Li and how it's, you know, those Street Fighter figures are such a great offer. $25 for a solid figure. You get an extra head, hands, blast effect piece, stand, and then with some Marvel Legends, you know, sometimes they give you a figure and they just give you a set of hands, but he actually comes pretty jam-packed with accessories. So in here we get a extra set of hands, which is cool. We get a couple of Moon Knight Batarang type things. I'm not sure if you can put them anywhere. I'm not sure if they like there's a spot for them on the belts, so you would kind of possibly have to have them loose. At least with the big ones, they can kind of fit in the hand. I mean, the small ones you can fit in the hand as well. I don't think you can recreate this where you can hold them in between his fingers and then kind of use it as like, you know, a Wolverine claw of sorts. But there's a couple different things that you can do with him. And then he also comes with a large bow staff here, and actually is quite tall. And then one of the cool things about this box, which I really like, is you also get an extra head. So you have the more kind of cloaked face look of Moon Knight, as you can see there. His face in the shadows, you don't know who's under the hood. I mean, you can tell because he's dressed in all white. You can be like, oh, that's Moon Knight there. I can't see his face. Who knows who it is? But that is definitely Moon Knight. And then as you can see, what comes on the figure is just a regular, basically the same version of the head, except this one is in all white to match the rest of his costume. And of course, he's got his cape there in the back. There is one little detail on this that I noticed, and I was like, oh, that looks kind of dumb. And I looked on the actual figure to see if it had it. We'll talk about it in a second. I'm just going to show off what I think is just kind of dumb or ridiculous. I don't know if it is actually this way. It might be. And then, you know, I don't want to say making a big deal about it, but it just looks so goofy in my opinion. But if you take a look at his hand here, he's got these crescent moons on his hand. You see one on his thumb here. You see one on his hand. And I think that might be it. I don't know if there's one over there. And on the other hand, it's the same thing. A moon over the thumb and then a moon there. And I don't know, it just looks super dorky. I don't know, I just don't like it. That might be canon. That might be what it actually looks like. I can't really tell here. I mean, based on this hand here, there's no moons, but maybe he already shot him off at a bad guy or something like that. Here we can see them on his hands, like the Wolverine claw, like I was mentioning earlier. But yeah, just the moons on the hand, I just think just looks so weird in my opinion. But yeah, solid addition to my Marvel Legends collection. We're going to introduce the next character. We're going to talk about the kind of theme that was not planned, just kind of happened this way. Just received both of these figures at the same time. And then we'll do some group shots of Moon Knight and a couple other characters after. But let's introduce the next character. And the character I am talking about is someone that I actually have wanted to add to my collection for quite some time. He as well has, I think, only one other Marvel Legends figure. I believe he might have two. I know there's one for sure. And I've kind of had my eyes on it before, but it's kind of so expensive because there's not many figures made of this character. But they just released a new version of him recently, and I ended up getting that version, and I honestly think this version is way superior in my opinion. And the character I am talking about is the vampire hunter, the half vampire, half human. I am talking about Blade from the Marvel Knights Wave. Yes, so the theme of these figures is that they are both part of the Marvel Knights, and I'll also be bringing in a couple other Marvel Knights after to do some group shots, but let's break down the figure first. And like I said, this is a pretty new release. Ever since this was announced, along with the other figures, I was like, dude, this is like the standout of the whole wave. I just think this blade looks so fucking cool. And like I was saying with the Moon Knight, you know, sometimes you get next to no accessories. Buddy here comes with a ton of accessories. We'll talk about him in a second because I really want to break down because I think he looks awesome. Plus all his weapons. Like, I think they really did a great job on this figure. We'll do a quick breakdown of the box, and then like I said, we'll talk about everything inside. So here's a nice shot of the box. Marvel Knights. That was the theme for this wave here. On top, we've got kind of a Blade logo. I don't think he has a logo, or maybe that's a Marvel Knights logo. I don't know, when I looked at that originally, I thought it was a Blade logo of sorts. Actually, no, it would be, because these are stakes, I believe. So yeah, I believe this is a Blade logo of sorts. On the bottom, we've got some boring stuff. On the sides, we've got a nice shot of Blade here. So here we can see him. Taken from some comic of some sort, and then we have a repeating version of that picture on the opposite side there. I do think the rendition here looks a little weird. Just the size of his head just looks so bulbous and misshapen. Like, he just looks so fucking weird. He kind of reminds me of like Leader, the Hulk villain with the gigantic head. That's what I see here. I wish they did more of this look here in particular, but whatever, it's okay, it's serviceable. And on the back, we see the rest of the wave. We see the Build-A-Figure, but we are going to first talk about his little bio here, so let's read it real quick. Destined to hunt vampires and destroy the evil of the world, Blade is a vampire-human hybrid with the greatest strengths of each. And here we can see a nice shot of Blade, a more complete shot compared to the side art. And this is a little bit cooler with here because his head is just so pronounced. It looks big and bulbous and misshapen. But here it looks better because you have the body to kind of compare it to. And then we've got the rest of the wave we'll take a look at. So we've got an Iron Man. This is from the Midnight Suns game, I believe. I believe that is the armor that he wore. We've got Blade, as we saw. We've got Lady Bullseye, who I also want to pick up. Next, we got a more classic-looking Luke Cage, Power Man. We've got a Fist Ninja. We've got Clea, who I believe this is the same character that appeared at the end of the Doctor Strange 2 movie. If I remember correctly, I believe that's her. And then here we've got a more modern-looking Daredevil with the facial hair. Not my favorite rendition of Daredevil, but I actually don't mind this version of Daredevil. I don't plan on picking it up, but I just think the figure looks kind of cool. And then all these figures, except Daredevil, comes with a piece to build the Mindless One. Not familiar with that character. He does look okay. Just, he's just like a gigantic blob of volcanic ash. That's what I see when I look at him. But if we look in the box, we can see the head and some blast effect piece, which I don't know why it's like clear and white here, where in the box it's red. I don't know if you put it in his eyes and it changes color. I highly doubt it. Actually, you know what? They probably didn't make it red because then it would blend in with the background. That's probably it. That makes sense. Let's take a look in this box and let's see everything that he comes with. So we already kind of broke down the Mindless One, the head, and the blast effect piece that goes in the eyes. And Blade here. We'll talk about the figure in a second because that's definitely a standout here. But just look at all the weapons that he comes with to, kill some vampires. Comes with an extra set of hands. Always a welcome addition. We've got some stakes to puncture the hearts of vampires. Pretty cool. We got these double-sided blade weapons, which I don't know what you would call them, but they look wicked, and you get 2 of them. And then he comes with his signature katana, which he also has a little holder in the back there to slide it into, which is really cool. Not only are these some awesome accessories, they go well with this very cool looking Blade figure. I think this Blade figure looks awesome. Like I mentioned with the Chun-Li in the video game section, I'm not a fan of screaming heads, but I actually really like this one. You can see the fangs there, looking really pissed off. I think the sunglasses look great. I love the flat top hairstyle. I love the little like cuts on the side for his hairstyle. You know, he does look like Wesley Snipes a bit, which I think kind of makes it a little bit more special, you know, kind of holds a special place in my heart, because honestly, Blade deserves a little bit more respect on his name. We'll just set him here for a second. I think Blade deserves a little bit more respect when it comes to him as a character, because honestly, he's kind of a trailblazer, especially for the Marvel movies. I think he was the first ever Marvel superhero movie that he was taken and then turned into a movie. I know he was definitely one of the most successful ones early on. And the thing with the Blade movies is like they still kind of hold up. Not so much the third one. I think the third one's quite shit, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people's opinions. But I think the first one's really cool. Like, I think some of those things still, like the effects, the fight scenes, I think, well, effects not so much. I don't remember if it was the first or second movie. I think there was like some blood monster at the end that looked horrible. So effects not so much, but just Wesley Snipes was a great choice for the character. I think he really brought it to life. Blade was just like a super badass character. So yeah, we got to put a little bit more respect on Blade's name. And you know, I would really like to see Blade get added into the, you know, Marvel Cinematic Universe. I know that he's supposed to be played by Mahershala Ali in a movie, but like there's so much stuff going on with that where like I think the director pulled out. I don't know if Mahershala pulled out. I hope not, because I like him as an actor and I think he would do an awesome job as Blade. But yeah, I think we need to put a little bit more respect on Blade. He's a cool character. He started, you know, the whole MCU. Because after the Blade movie from the 90s, then we got the Spider-Man movie with Tobey Maguire. Then we got the original X-Men trilogy with Patrick Stewart and Hugh Jackman. You know, that's where it all started. But Blade, he came first. And I want people to remember that Blade is awesome. But anyways, yeah, the figure looks pretty similar to Wesley Snipes, which I think is a very nice touch for the figure. I like the armored look underneath. I like the trench coat on top. I even like his sleeves rolled up a little bit, like he's ready for action, where he's like, bring it on, motherfuckers, you know, I'm ready to take you all on. I think that is a nice touch as well. And yeah, honestly, I think this figure is phenomenal. Between the accessories, the detail on the figure, I think this is probably one of the better Marvel Legends I've gotten in quite some time. So like I mentioned, these characters do have a theme. They are both part of the Marvel Knights, and I thought I'd bring in a couple other Marvel Knights characters. I don't know if they're main characters. I did some Google researches of people who have been in like the Marvel Knights group. I knew of some like Daredevil and Punisher and Elektra and stuff, but a couple of the other ones I'm about to bring in, I was not familiar that they were considered part of the group. So first one I am going to bring in is another one of my more favorite Marvel characters. It is Ghost Rider. Here we got Blade, Ghost Rider, and Moon Knight. I think this is a sick kind of trio here. I like this quite a bit. Honestly, I really like this Ghost Rider figure. The figure not really, like the figure's cool. I just really like this retro card. I really hope they do more of these Ghost Rider retro card figures in 2024. That's something I would love to see. Next, we got a character who I didn't kind of know that he was associated with the Marvel Knights, but, you know, I saw him in my collection. I saw some pictures of him in, like, some group shots and stuff, and I was like, you know, I never really get to bring this character into, you know, when I do these type of group shots. I'm like, you know what, I'm going to take advantage of that. I'm going to bring him in here, and the character I am talking about is Shang-Chi, the Master of Kung Fu, another one of those kind of street-level characters. Like I said, I didn't know he was associated with Marvel Knights. Honestly, I'm not too familiar with the Marvel Knights. I thought originally it was like a kind of offshoot, like not offshoot, but I thought the Marvel Knights was like its own kind of universe, similar to like the Ultimate Universe where it's got its own continuity. I thought that's what the Marvel Knights were. I thought they had their own kind of continuity in their own book that was kind of separate from the main thing. But Marvel Knights is actually the name of a group, or maybe it might be what I was talking about. Maybe it's like its own thing. But in this instance here, Marvel Knights is, referred to as the group. So here are a couple of its members, Shang-Chi. Next, we got another street level character. We've got Elektra, looking solid, looks good with the rest of the team. Next, we got one of my favorite Marvel characters. It is the Punisher. And actually, I was doing a little bit of research. Like I said, I was looking up the Marvel Knights stuff. And apparently, when the Marvel Knights first started, their first mission was to stop the Punisher, kidnap him, or something like that. I think, Punisher was kind of running amok, and they were like, we got to stop him. And that was their first mission, or one of their first missions, at least what I read. I believe it was their first mission was to stop the Punisher. So here he is, and then he later becomes a part of the group. Can't talk about street level characters without Punisher here. He's definitely a mainstay. And speaking of mainstays, one of the most iconic street level characters, we talked about him earlier a little bit on the back of Blade's packaging. It is Daredevil himself. I don't know if he's the leader of the Marvel Knights. He's definitely in a leadership role. I'm not sure if he would be considered the leader per se. But Daredevil, another a favorite of mine when it comes to the Marvel Universe. I actually really like the three of these together. They all have their distinct colors, all black, all red, all white. It just looks really cool. It's like, I don't know. I like it. So yeah, overall, I would say these are two solid additions to my collection. Two characters I've wanted to add for quite some time. I'm happy I finally get to add them. And like I said earlier, I'm glad I finally get to add them together as well because, they're kind of associated because of the Marvel Knights. I would highly recommend this Blade figure. I honestly, I can't stop staring at it. I just love it so much. It's so cool. It's such, between the accessories, the figure, the detail. My God, if you're on the fence about picking up this figure, highly recommend. Moon Knight's solid as well, especially with all the accessories that he comes with. Always like getting an extra head. It would have been cool to get an extra head with Blade, but that would have really been asking a lot. For some people, they don't like screaming heads. Like I said, screaming heads usually I don't like, but I really like the screaming head on this one. I think it's solid. He's solid as well. These are great additions to my collection. I am very happy with my pickups for this month. Next, we are going to be jumping into my TMNT Best Action line, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And with this episode, we've actually got something quite interesting. Not only do we have two new additions, but technically, there are also two replacements. So in my collection of the TMNT Best Action line, I don't have that many figures because the line is still relatively new, but there are four things that I'm really not a fan of. And I've brought two of them today, and you'll understand why it's these two. But it is the design of the turtle figures. I really am not a fan of these. All of them look the same. There's really no distinct thing about either one. I didn't bring Michelangelo or Leonardo because we're going to be focusing on Donatello and Raphael for this episode. But honestly, you're not missing much. They're all the same shade of green. They all have their individual color bandanas and stuff. They have their letters on their belt buckle, and they come with their respective weapons. But in terms of the figures, they just look so kind of boring and cheap and repetitive, and I really am not a fan of these. But a couple months ago, my prayers got answered. I believe it was during San Diego Comic-Con that these figures were announced, and I finally have them in hand, so I can get rid of these shitty versions and replace them with very new, very nice, very detailed Donatello and Raphael design from the IDW comics, and here they are. When I think of turtles, I think of each turtle having their own distinct shade of green, their own different body size. Like, not only are they distinct in personality-wise, but also physically, too. As we can see here, Raphael is clearly a huge dude. He's built like a tank. because he's kind of the bruiser brawler of the team, and that makes sense to me. So when I saw that they were doing these versions of the Turtles, I was like, oh my god, I need these in my collection. I can finally get rid of the old shitty versions. We will do comparisons between the old ones and the new ones, but I want to focus on the new ones for now. We're going to start out with Donatello. We'll break down each turtle individually. Right off the rip, you can just tell that this is so much better. Not only just aesthetically pleasing in terms of the turtle and accessories, but also the packaging. I actually like this packaging quite a bit compared to the other style that they do. We'll actually do a breakdown of the box first because that is something I want to make mention of, that I really prefer this box style to what they have before, and I'll talk about what I like and what I don't like. So here is a nice shot of Donatello there. And like I said, the new packaging looks cool on the front. On top, we've got a little window that you can look down in the figure. On the side, we've got a nice shot of Donatello in action with his bow staff. And on the other side, which I actually like quite a bit, is you get another portrait of Donatello. So not only do you get like a more normal kind of reserved version of Donatello, this is like him chilling in the sewers, but then you can also have, you know, a badass action shot where he's going to fight the Foot Clan or something like that. I like that quite a bit. That doesn't happen quite often with toys where they, you know, usually they'll have the repeated image where this will be on both sides or this will be on both sides, but to have two distinct different portraits of Donatello and each turtle individually, I actually like that quite a bit. On the bottom, boring stuff, not too much to say there. And on the back, we see a nice shot of Donatello, all his accessories in the bottom. And because these are based on the IDW comics, we got a little blurb here from the comics. Straight from the pages of the TMNT IDW comics with custom artwork from Mateus Santolucio. Probably butchered that, I apologize. TLS, the Loyal Subjects, that's what it stands for, who's the company that makes these figures, proudly presents to you figures based on the TMNT IDW comics. Actually, you know what? Since we just did a breakdown of the box, let's show off the other box and we can kind of talk about what I like and dislike. So something that I really dislike about this box here, I guess it's kind of the normal box because they still are using this type of box for regular releases. But the one thing I really do not like is you have the window at the top here, which is fine, but then you also have the window here, which does not add anything. I think it honestly kind of cheapens the box, kind of ruins it a little bit. It's just too much. Where with this one, it's nice and covered on both sides, and you get a nice shot of Donatello, and that's something I like as well about this one, where with this version of the Turtles, on the box, the only way you can kind of know that it's Donatello is if you're looking at the side, because otherwise, every box has a group shot of the Turtles. Now, they are color-coded, and obviously, because it's purple, you know that Donatello's in the box, but if we bring in the Raphael one, for example, we know it's Raphael because it's red, and I do like this artwork, but I would have preferred like a single shot of, you know, each individual turtle. Maybe do a nice shot of Donatello here from the show, and then you can do like the group shot on here. Just my opinion. So I do like the fact you get the two nice shots of Donatello. I also just like the box style. Like, it's very different. It's very kind of unique, where this one's just kind of a typical, you know, figure box. This one's got more of a unique shape to it, where it's kind of almost triangular. And not only is the box pretty cool, I could talk about the box for quite a bit because I actually do like it quite a bit. I think it does add to the figure. But let's talk about the actual figure himself. But before we actually talk about him, I want to talk about his accessories because I think they absolutely fucking killed it when it comes to accessories. Now, the other Donatello figure did come with a good amount of accessory. 2 sets of hands, another head, a slice of pizza, bow staff, and a little kind of holder for the bow staff, which you could attach to the back of the shell. They obviously did not put it in there because then the box would be bigger, so put it as a separate accessory. But in this one, you get your 2 sets of hands as well. You get your 2 different heads, which I actually like quite a bit. You get the bow staff. We'll talk about the heads in a second. But the 2 accessories that I like quite a bit is right here, these goggles, which I think are kind of night vision goggles, but it's kind of something I would see Donnie wearing because he's more of like the tech guy, you know? And I think there's been some interpretations of Donatello in the past, whether it be cartoons or in the movies, where he kind of always has some sort of gizmo or gadget, and that definitely fits him well. There we can actually see a good shot of it, what it looks like there. I'm not sure if it's night vision or kind of like a binocular type device, but it is cool, and I actually like that quite a bit. And then the other accessory that I think is pretty cool is this thing right here, which is kind of like a power gauntlet. We could see a better shot of it here. I think those are supposed to be missiles, but when I take a look at it here, I just kind of see it as like a super power punch kind of thing. But it also might shoot missiles as well. I'm not too sure about that. But yeah, I think this is definitely more of an upgrade than the slice of pizza that he got in the other box. But let's talk about the other accessories. The bow staff, I think, is pretty cool looking. Good detail. Mine actually popped out of its holder for some reason. Don't know what happened. I don't know if it fell or something like that and then it popped out. But it's not really loose in there. It's still pretty sturdy. As you can see, I'm shaking the box and it's not moving. So it is in there, which is nice, but yeah, it kind of sucks. Maybe I will fix it because, I don't know, something that I like and I don't like is that these boxes don't come taped. I'm not sure if I like it or not. I'm kind of on the fence. I like it in the aspect of like, oh, I can like open it and close it as I please. But in terms of like a security thing, I don't like it. But as you can see, everything is accounted for in the box. But yeah, as you can see, there is no tape anywhere. No tape here, no tape here, no tape on the bottom. And actually, no, there is, I lied. I'm a huge liar. There's a piece of tape right there, but not on the sides. And I'll show that you can open it on the side flaps. And here, no tape, and here, no tape, and no tape up here or anywhere there. So you know what? Let's actually open it up because, you know, I was just talking about how you can kind of freely open it. I'm going to do my best to open it without kind of ruining the box, or because these rip very easily like that. Just fucking little rip right there. God damn it. You just had to be a little patient. Let's pull this out of the bottom and let's pull the figure out. I don't know if we'll check the articulation, but I guess at this point, maybe. Fuck it. We are sliding him out. Honestly, I'm mainly taking him out because I really want to adjust the bow staff. It's annoying me. My OCD is like, fix it, it's not in there properly. But as we can see in the box, there's a nice purple background there. And it says TMNT, Ninja Turtles, on the bottom there. Oh, there it's focusing. It was kind of blurry. Inside, we also get a card, a little trading card for Donnie there. Donatello is the brain with the bow staff. He's a certified self-taught genius with the technological know-how to invent the Turtles' gadgets and vehicles. But don't count him out in a fight. Donnie can hold his own in battle as well. Or two, whatever. Just more of the same artwork that we saw on the box, but pretty cool card. For me, this card is kind of a take it or leave it thing. Some people do like that it comes with figures and stuff like that, like McFarlane does the cards as well. For me, it really adds nothing. Now we've got a little plastic cover here, which I'm going to try and pop off. Okay, there we go. Came off quite nicely. Here's the bow staff. Let me put this in there before I just slid out. Now my OCD can be like, okay, it's perfect now. But as we can see, very, very cool, nice figure. We get a Best Action sticker as well. Nice little touch. Again, personally, that's another thing, like with the cards, I can do without it, but I do like it in there. It's a nice little kind of adds overall to the package. One thing I really wanted to show off is those head sculpts. Let's rotate him around, or maybe let's even take him out. Oh, everything's falling. You know what? Fuck it. Let me just... God damn it. Okay, I'm going to take Donatello out. Please, everything stop falling. Let's talk about the two head sculpts. That's what I wanted to talk about initially, and then, you know, shit just started falling out, so it's like, fuck it. I will take the figure out. That normal kind of head sculpt that we saw on the side of the box, where he's very friendly. Good likeness there. And then you also get the head with the whited out eyes where he is in battle and is very angry. You don't want to see Donatello when he's pissed off. Just do a little 360 on him. We can see dots on him, which is a nice, cool little detail for the skin. I really like the tattered look for the bandana as well. I think it really adds character. And we will talk about that hole here in a second. We'll just do a 360 with this one. It's going to look very similar, but I will do it. So there is a hole in the back because the back of their headbands are separate pieces. I don't know if this is the exact same thing twice. It's actually quite sharp. You can see it leaving little puncture marks on my finger. It is pretty sharp plastic there. You can even see it's very jagged. But we can take these, the little tattered bandana portion, and pop it in the hole. And like I said, I don't know. Actually, you know what? Something I would have liked, now that I'm looking at it, is a more of a reserved thing. Like with this head being, him just kind of chilling in the sewer, I would have liked more of a bandana that's just maybe kind of resting. Where with these ones, they're all kind of action shots for the bandana. What, does he always have like a wind machine in front of him blowing his bandana? It looks kind of ridiculous. So yeah, that is something that I'm not a fan of, just both of them being in the same kind of position. We'll put the other one in the battle ready Donatello. Actually, this one does not want to, hold on. This one seems really loose, unless they're specific for the turtle. Okay, hold on. Let's try the other one. Okay, that one clicked in quite nicely. Let's try the other one in the other head. Maybe this is the one that I was kind of talking about, where it's more kind of relaxed. Oh, maybe it is, but it's not really clicking in the peg. But maybe it's supposed to do that. I don't know if it's a feature or not, but this definitely does not fit in the hole as well as the other one, as you can tell. But yeah, maybe it's kind of not supposed to, and then it kind of has the more relaxed look for the bandana. Possibly. I think it's just kind of like a busted peg, potentially. Like, I can't really see them doing it on purpose. Or maybe they did. I don't know. I want to maybe give them some credit for it. Maybe they did think about it. It's still in the head. Whoops. Maybe if I get it on camera, it'd be better. It's still in the head. It does take some force to kind of pull it out. But, yeah, it can kind of be a little more relaxed. Maybe they did do that. Maybe I was giving some shit before, I had all my facts in order. Okay, you know what? Maybe. But at the same time, with it just not fitting very well, I just kind of assume the worst, that it's kind of like defective. But maybe it's supposed to be like that. I don't know. But we've talked about the heads enough. Actually, you know what? Speaking of heads, let's try and swap. And I do kind of want to be careful, because this is the first time I've ever held a Best Action Line, the Loyal Subjects, this company. I've never had their figures in hand. So I'm not sure, like, the, amount of pressure, or, I'm not used to their articulation. This head is really in there. Holy shit. Mother of God. Wow, that is the most gigantic ball joint I have ever fucking seen. No wonder this shit was not coming out. Holy fuck, it's buried in there. But let's put the more friendly Donatello in there. If it'll fit. My God. I did get it in, but holy shit. That is one sturdy-ass ball peg. Holy shit. We'll do a nice little 360 of him. I like all the wraps on him. I like this paint that they used for the shell, where it's kind of glossy. It does look a little bit like a sewer grate, like a sewer cover, which I'm not a fan of. Because if you do look at it, it kind of has a shine to it, like it is a sewer cover. But it's a shell. Or maybe it's mechanized. Maybe he put some technological thing that he came up with. I don't know. But I like the gloss to it, but the more I look at it, the more it does look like a sewer cover, and just kind of looks a little dumb, in my opinion. But whatever. I guess we'll try out the articulation. It does have 31 points. It says it on every box. Head, there's the ball joint there. I don't think it's going to have an ab crunch Yeah, no, nothing of that sort. We've got arm movements. Not really. Doesn't really want to go up at all. Really gotta force it. Holy shit. And like I was saying, I don't know how much force, let's take that off because I know it's definitely gonna fall off. I don't know how much force to give these figures because I've never interacted with them. I'm not going to put too much force into it, but you can see it also has a butterfly joint in there. But yeah, in terms of arm articulation, does not really want to go up or down. We've got a bicep swivel here, double jointed elbows, not pinless. Actually, the legs are pinless, which is pretty interesting, but the arms are not. Hand articulation here. I really like the wraps. They look really cool, and they have a nice feel to them. Check out the other arm as well, the little bit that we can. Double jointed elbows. You saw the bicep swivel, hand articulation, and butterfly joint in there as well. Doesn't really want to move, but it is there. Let's check out the legs. Actually, let's check out my favorite, the splits. Pretty solid splits right there. I'd give that like a solid 8.5, maybe even a 9, just because definitely the turtle shell is going to limit it, which is kind of a given. But yeah, I would say like an 8.5, not bad. We've got thigh swivel here. We've got double jointed knees. Oh, that is interesting. Interesting in like an interesting way, not like interesting in a bad way. Just, you can see the way the figure's kind of put together. I don't think I've ever seen it have this bottom piece and this kind of thing piece. I think they've always kind of been one. Let me bring in Chuck Taylor, check out his knees. Knee joints have always kind of been one piece where the actual kneecap is one piece and then it connects to the legs. But these are some weird knee joints where like there's a lot more going on there. Okay, cool. It's different. I don't know. I've never seen that in a figure. No boot cuts, which is a bit unfortunate. But we do have some foot articulation. It does have a joint to go back and forth, but it is not moving at all. But as you can see, we got ankle articulation, and we'll just check out the other leg real quick if it wants to move. Actually, we didn't check the, I'll do it after, but see how good of a kick he can throw. Thigh, double jointed knees. Same style knee joints in there. Again, no boot cut. And then we got foot articulation. And this one as well does not want to go back and forth. Quite limiting there. Foot doesn't want to move. The shoulders don't want to move. A little disappointing in my opinion. And let's check out the kicks and the sitting position. Not bad. Not a bad sit pose, and not a bad kicking pose either. He can get his foot up quite high. And yeah, overall, in terms of like playing with it, I feel like this would definitely break on me. Like if I were a kid and like still playing with my figures and stuff, I definitely see this thing kind of falling apart on me the more I kind of like move stuff around. But in terms of like just kind of posing it, whether it be out of box or in box with all the accessories, I think it's honestly like a really solid offering with all the accessories and stuff. And we'll put Donnie back in there. And I'll leave that head on if I leave that head on, I'm going to have to change all of them. Oh, fuck it. Let me change it to the white eyes. Something I did not check with the head. I noticed it when I was taking the head off and putting it on. We didn't check the look up and look down. So there's looking up. That's as far up as it looks up. I don't know. For some reason, it didn't make sense in my head. And that's how far he can look down. I've packed up Donatello, and everything is good. I did sustain a little bit of a tear there when I was pulling it out, but what are you going to do? It's not too bad. Oh my god, now the card's like all wonky in there. God damn it, I fixed the stupid bow staff. Now I gotta go back in there and fix the card. I'll do that later. Let's take a look at the Raphael figure. And here he is, the tank of the team, the hothead, Raphael, and he looks pretty sweet. I will say we're not going to be opening him up like we did with Donatello. I mainly did that because of the bow staff and, kind of just to take a look at the figure. We kind of know what we're getting into. It's a little bit disappointing in terms of articulation, but I'm happy to say everything with Raphael is in place. We see his size and his hands and all his other weapons. We'll take a look at that in a second. Let's take a look at the box real quick. It's going to be very similar to Donatello, but with Raphael. So start out with the top, little window to see in the box. On the right side, we see a very nice shot of Raphael there. I like this shot here, looking very menacing, kind of like, yo, what are you looking at, pal? He's probably thinking that in his head. He's like, yo, stop staring at me. On the other side, we got a nice action shot of Raphael here with his size coming down on some Foot Clan members, I'm assuming. On the bottom, we got some boring stuff, and on the back, we get a nice shot of Raphael and all his accessories. Actually, my box here is a little ripped. I didn't even take this one out, or try and take this one out. But my box did sustain a bit of a tear. A little unfortunate, but I guess it can match with Donatello. But let's take a look at what you get in the box. And like Donatello, you actually get quite a bit of stuff. He actually, good lord, he actually comes with a lot of stuff. Like actually more than Donatello. You get 2 sets of weapons. Actually, you get 3 sets of weapons. Because technically the Ninja Stars here are their own weapon. And those look quite nice. Nice shiny silver to them. We've got his signature size, his signature weapon, and they look very nice. I like the red on the handle. The silver paint I think is pretty solid. Very similar to the Ninja Star. And then this weapon here, I'm not sure what it's called, but it's kind of like a baton weapon. You're supposed to hold it by the handle there and then kind of swing it around and do, a lot of cool stuff. Let me know in the comments section if somebody knows the official name for this weapon. But yeah, all his weapons look pretty solid. Then we've got his hands up here. I'm assuming there is a 4th hand. There is. We can see it there. So 2 sets of hands. I do like that his wraps are different colors, where Donnie's was kind of a whitish, grayish. Raphael has like a blackish, kind of brownish wrap on his legs and arms, which looks quite nice. I think it would look better in white, but I do like that it's different. I do like that it's a different color. And again, we've got 2 different heads. We've got a normal expression from there, which, he looks a little grumpy, which is kind of who he is. And then we've got the battle-ready face where he is pissed off. That is a great face. That definitely screams Raphael. And as you can see up here is 2 little bandana straps on the back. I did it before, but we'll just do another comparison between both turtles. You can see the different accessories that he comes with, and definitely different style. My god, it's fucking night and day with these 2. Definitely an upgrade, in my opinion, with the right one. But hey, you gotta start somewhere. So it was good for what it was when they launched, but this is definitely the way to go. And then a little comparison between the Raphaels. So you do get his size, which are deep on the left there of the old figure. You do get a Ninja Star, so you do get a couple more Ninja Stars with this one. And then here he's got some sort of dagger weapon, and then obviously here he's got the baton weapons, 2 of them. This is definitely an upgrade. Like the Donnie one was cool, definitely an upgrade from the other one, but I really like the comparison between these 2. Like, this is what I think of when I think of Raphael. A unit of a turtle that is ready to kick ass and take names. Or kick ass, chew bubblegum, and he's all out of bubblegum. But with my collection, I do have a lot of the figures. Well, I think most of the figures that they've released are all based on the cartoon design of the characters. So I brought in a couple characters to kind of compare to see if they kind of, mix with the new style of the IDW comics. So first one I got up here is Casey Jones, and definitely very cartoony looking with Casey Jones. I think he doesn't look bad with the turtles, but he definitely looks out of place. I don't think these kind of blend very well, unfortunately, but it's not that bad. It's not that noticeable. Next, we've got the turtles. I don't know how you would describe her. It's April O'Neil. I don't even know what I was going to say with that, but there she is. And she's kind of another one that doesn't really fit the new aesthetic of the IDW comics. Very cartoony look to her as well with the yellow jumpsuit. So unfortunately, I would say she doesn't really kind of blend in well with the turtles. Next, we got a foot soldier. I would say that's not as bad. Just because with the foot soldier, you know, they're all kind of dressed up, so you can kind of have them in any design that you want. So I don't feel like this one is really as much of an outlier as like the April O'Neil, where it's just kind of like, it's definitely two different worlds. I feel like the foot soldier can definitely fit in with the IDW comics version of the Turtles, in my opinion. Next, we've got Bebop, and this one's not bad either. Just, you know, compared to like Raphael here, and even Donatello, Bebop just seems very, very undersized, where he should either be equal to the Turtles or towering over them a little bit, you know, being this big, hulking kind of warthog of a person. So unfortunately, I would say he doesn't really fit in with these guys. Color-wise, I would say he does. He's kind of that darker aesthetic compared to, like, you know, April O'Neil and Casey Jones, who he showed off, who are kind of like more of the cartoon aesthetic where it's like very bright and colorful. I would say this Bebop kind of fits in color-wise, but definitely not sculpt-wise. Next, we got Rocksteady. Again, I would say the same thing with Bebop. Color-wise, I would say it fits in quite well. Just size-wise, he's just completely undersized compared to the Turtles. I think if you take this height with this thickness and apply it to a Rocksteady and Bebop, I think you would have a really solid version. But unfortunately, I would say this is kind of sticks out too much as well as not really fitting in. If you're going to have Turtles, you're going to have this villain, and it is Shredder. And I like the design of this Shredder, but he's another one just completely undersized. But I thought that even when it was just the other Turtles with this Shredder, I thought he was completely undersized. But definitely standing next to these two, he's a baby next to them. But we know that Shredder will be getting an IDW upgrade as well, and he's another one I definitely want to pick up, because as much as I like this design, he just looks too small and scrawny for me to be kind of content with my collection. So yeah, overall, with these two figures, they are definitely solid additions to my collection. Very, very improved versions of the Turtles, respectively, Raphael and Donatello. I think these are just, you know, for the price that they're coming at, the accessories, the package all around, I think it's definitely a great piece to add to your collection if you're a Turtle fan. Or even if you're like a little bit of a Turtle fan where it's like, yeah, I like the Turtles and maybe I do want some figures of them. I don't know which ones though. I think these are pretty reasonably priced, and everything that you come with, it's a really overall great package in my opinion. You get some very good detailed figures, tons of accessories, and a very solid box as well to go along with it. So if you are in the market for some Turtle figures, I would definitely recommend these ones here, the IDW versions of the Best Action line. In terms of an actual figure, like playing with, or even posing too, because like if you can't lift the arms up, that's a lot of stuff you can't do if you were to do figure photography or set up like a display on your collection shelf, whatever you have going on. So in terms of a figure, not great. I don't know how Raphael is because we didn't take him out, but Donnie was definitely a little disappointing, felt a little fragile. And, you know, I didn't really want to move it too much, to be honest. I was that kind of afraid of it. But aesthetically, just aesthetics, just what we see in the box here, I gotta say like a 10 out of 10. I think these are great. And little spoiler for the next episode, we will be seeing the other two Turtles that we did not see here. So for next episode, Michelangelo and Leonardo, we will be checking out their IDW versions. So look forward to that. But Raphael and Donatello, home runs. 2 thumbs up. Next, we're going to be jumping into my Power Rangers Lightning Collection, and it is half Power Rangers Lightning Collection, and then it is not Power Rangers Lightning Collection. I'm actually very excited to be showing off what I got this month. Actually, the second item isn't even Power Rangers related. It's Power Rangers adjacent. It's like its cousin, but not specifically Power Rangers itself. But it's very cool. That's one of the Holy Grail items. But let's start off with the Lightning Collection portion, what figure I got for my collection. And it's something that I've been missing for quite a while, and I finally got around to picking it up. And the figure I am talking about is, actually, I keep calling it a figure, but it's not really a figure. It's more than that. It is a Megazord. It is the In-Space Astro Megazord. For some reason, I thought it was Delta Megazord. And this is a very, very huge box. So this is the only other Lightning Collection Megazord that I'm missing. I have the other 3 previous ones that have released as part of the Zord Ascension project, as you can see right here. They've released the original Dino Megazord for Mighty Morphin. They did the Dragon Zord for the Green Ranger, who is also part of Mighty Morphin. And honestly, I was expecting more Mighty Morphin Megazords just because they like to milk the shit out of Mighty Morphin. You know, there was a tease for the White Tiger Zord that came out a while ago. Maybe a Titanus. I do want a Titanus. I think Titanus is awesome and kind of an underrated Megazord. I think it looks really cool. Or the Thunder Megazord, I thought that would have come out. But for them to kind of branch out of Mighty Morphin and do other seasons in terms of the Zord Ascension project, I think it's pretty cool. I'm going to be honest, this is not my favorite Megazord. I do like the season of In Space, but in terms of Megazord, what I like about a Megazord, like to me what a good Megazord is every ranger having their own vehicle or animal or dinosaur or whatever the season theme is, come together and create one gigantic robot. And this is just basically a gigantic spaceship that turns into a Megazord. So it's just one piece and it turns into the robot. Like, it's a cool Megazord, but not my favorite. I prefer, you know, the 5 individual ones coming together to make one gigantic robot. That's personally my favorite. I like Megazords like that. So waited a little bit to pick this one up, and honestly, another reason I kind of waited to pick it up was a lot of people complained about quality control issues on this Megazord. There's some sort of clip, I believe it's with the arms, that kind of snaps off. I think I've seen everybody that's gotten this talk about it, so I'm kind of worried about it. Honestly, this was a thing I was like, I don't even know if I'm going to open it. I think I am going to open it just to kind of take a look at the contents of in the box and making sure everything is okay. I probably will not be transforming it. I'll play around with the I'm assuming it's going to be in its spaceship form. I'll kind of mess around with that, but probably not going to be transforming it fully. Probably not, is honestly, I'm not going to transform it fully. I have no intention of doing that. So before we get to opening it up, let's take a look at the box. And here we see a very similar design to the other Zord Ascension projects, where they do this kind of like, I don't even, computerized look to it. You got the actual, like, what it looks like, and then you got, like, a digitized image of it on the sides. I don't mind it, but I'm not crazy about it. It's okay. Let's take a look at the other side. Here we can see this is an actual figure shot of what it looks like. So you can see the Megazord form in its fully morphed state. In the bottom, you're not really missing anything. Top as well, there's no writing or anything like that. Let's take a look at the other side before we take a look at the bottom. Here we see a nice artist rendition of the Megazord, and I actually like this quite a bit. It's very similar to the Dragon Zord style. Actually, you know what? Fuck it, we'll do it now. I was going to save it for after, but since I mentioned it, I'll show it off now. Where the Astro Megazord has a very similar art style to the Dragon Zord, which I like quite a bit, but it doesn't really fit with the other Megazord that came out. The Dino Megazord had a different art style before they kind of, I guess, settled upon what they wanted to do, and it looks like they want to stick with this art style. But this was the first one that came out, so it doesn't really fit if you have them all on your shelf, unfortunately. But I guess each one can kind of have its own characteristics to it. But I do like this style quite a bit compared to this one here. On the bottom of the box, we got some boring stuff. We got a little thing that says it's a 1 in 144 model scale. So if you had 144 of these, you would have an actual real-life scale of the Megazord. And I believe this is actually the biggest Megazord they've done so far. I believe it's 14 inches. Actually, we'll take a look after. Let's Finished taking a look at the box. Here is the top. Something that's pretty cool that they do with the Zord Ascension project is they kind of label it in a really cool fashion. So MZ stands for Megazord, obviously. The 06 stands for the season. It is the 6th season. 3 Mighty Morphins, Zeo, Turbo, that's 5. This would be number 6. And then the 02, that's the episode that the Megazord made its debut. So pretty cool. And here is the back of the box. And it is a very tall figure, as we can see, 14.5 inches tall. I believe that is the biggest Zord Ascension project out there. I think the one before that, like the Dragon Zord wasn't too big, and the Dino Megazord, I think, was probably like in the 12 to 13 range. This definitely eclipses it. I've seen comparison photos of side by side, and actually something I just noticed that's actually pretty cool. So we take a little close look here. So we showed off the numbering on the top of the box, the 06, 02, which is when this debuted. But honestly, if we look here, the Z0545, this is when this little spaceship made its debut at the end of Turbo, when the 4 Turbo Rangers, Carlos, TJ, Ashley, and the pink one, Cassie? I think it's Cassie. They take a spaceship to go into space to, I think it was, I don't even remember, it was so long ago. I think it was to stop Lord Zed, I think Lord Zed was still a thing. He died after, or got cleansed after the in-space season when they broke Zordon's tube. But technically, this did make a debut, and I'm assuming that's the correct episode 45 of Turbo. They go into space, which is pretty cool. And then here we got 061, and the Megazord in its spaceship form made its debut in the first episode of the 6th season, which is in space, as we established earlier. Very cool. Very cool. I like that they included that. Nice little touch. But here we can see the Megazord. We see it fully transformed. Here are all the accessories that it comes with. Comes with little figures of the Rangers. As we can see, there's the team. It is missing the Silver Ranger, but he came way later. There it is in its spaceship form. Here we have the little spaceship that they went to space in, and it actually is the head of the Megazord. And if we look in the cockpit, I believe that's the chest of the Megazord. We should be able to see the Rangers. And if we look in the head of that spaceship, there should be the Rangers there as well, sitting down. So a couple little neat things to take a look at. But now let's cut the box open. And if I remember correctly from the Dragon Zord, I'm going to have to cut on both sides because this doesn't open up like your regular box. This slides off, so I have to cut each one. Alright, so I've cut all 6 pieces of tape. We're going to take the slip cover off. I'm going to slip up as I talk about it and mention it. So here's the little cover. There it is. We're going to put it to the side for now. And here we have the box. And here's another sticker. I'm going to try not to cut this one. That's not even showing on camera. Another sticker up here. I accidentally kind of peeled the cardboard. And then, actually, I think I am going to have to cut it. Fuck. Alright, I cut it. I cut the bottom one. I'm not going to cut the top one because it doesn't seem necessary. But before we even take a look inside the box, let's take a look at these sides that we're missing. So here is the bottom. Slip cover was covering that. The sides we already saw. Nothing was covered from the slip cover. And on the front we see a nice shot of the Astro Megazord without the stupid kind of outline thing I was talking about earlier. Here's a nice clear shot of it. And on the top we have a QR code. And not sure what that leads to, but in case anybody is interested, I'll try and hold it as still as possible. And you can try and check it out, whatever it is. Hopefully that was good enough. If not, pause the video. I don't have very steady hands, unfortunately. Now we are going to lift the box. Boom, there it is. And I believe with the, not the Astro Megazord, sorry, this is the Astro Megazord with the, no, get the fucking right Megazord, you idiot. The Dragon Zord, I believe there was a piece of art that was on the inside cover. Let's see if the Astro Megazord has it. It does. Here is a nice shot of it fighting a clip door. Very, very cool. And obviously that is a bigger shot. Actually, is that the same? I think it is. I think this is the same pose that it's in. You can't really see the sword, but there is the sword of him fighting a clip door. I like that they decorate the inside because they definitely don't need to. But it's a nice little touch. Continuing on inside, we've got this kind of panel system. Here we can see like a diagnostics thing of the Megazord, and we see the In Space logo. That's what they have on their belt buckle, but very, very shiny. Like that quite a bit. Let me lie this down and then take that out, because I definitely see stuff just falling out of the box. There it is. So here we got the shiny thing. This is just cardboard, so we'll put that to the side. And inside the box we have the Astro Megazord, nicely covered. I'm assuming there are accessories in these black boxes. Maybe not, because they don't want to come out. Let's take this out first. Oh wow, that's kind of heavy. And here we have the inside of the box. Here are the instructions in case you want to transform it. Mine came very scrunched up in here. Oh, what was that? Oh, this is like a don't eat the pieces. Yeah, I won't. You don't have to worry about that. Yeah, here are some of the instructions. Pretty cool. We'll keep that to the side. And I see the accessory bags in here, Just came out very easily. So we have this. We've got this. We've got this baggie. Oh, this one's kind of heavy. We've got this baggie. Oh, is the black thing supposed to come out? No, okay. It felt like it was kind of stuck in there. And then this one here, I believe, is the sword. And it just slides out nicely from its little compartments. Very nicely packaged. I like this. I like all the little compartments. Very, very nice. So now I've got a lot of bags and cardboard around me, so I'm going to take a minute, unbox everything, and then we'll go through all the accessories and check out the Megazord. Alright, let's take a look at the accessories, and he actually comes with quite a bit of stuff. I don't even know what to start with. I know what I want to end out with. Let's start out with what I usually start out with when it comes to showing off figures and their accessories. Let's start off with the hands. And comes with a couple interesting hands. First comes with your standard kind of gripping hands. I like the blue paint on it. It's a nice like royal blue. Looks very nice, and this definitely looks like it is holding a weapon, a sword of some kind. Maybe we'll see that sword later, but yeah, very nice, cool looking hands. Then here's another one, but the left version, and paint as well. There's the peg that it goes in. Looks quite nice. And then it also comes with another set of hands, which is kind of an interesting pose hand. It is these kind of like open finger hands, like, I don't know if it's supposed to be like spirit fingers, like after they beat a monster, they're like, ooh, spirit fingers. I know it's just for posing, but it just kind of looks ridiculous in my opinion. But yeah, again, the blue paint looks quite nice, and so do the hands. Next we have, I don't even know what this is supposed to be. It is this white thing. I'm assuming it probably goes on the spaceship of some sort. I did see it in the, is this a gun? This may be a gun. This is definitely a gun. This is a handle. And then there's also these pieces here, and I see a clip here. So I'm assuming it goes in like that. Okay, yeah, this is a gun. I don't remember it having a gun, but clearly it did have a gun before I put it in. These little silver pieces looking quite nice. Nice little thin line of red. But I'm assuming these are part of the spaceship somewhere. It would make sense. Or maybe these are just extra, I don't know. But as you can see, the blaster and the handle fold out. Just based on this, I'm assuming that it clips into the spaceship somewhere. Not sure where. Maybe we'll see it when we see the spaceship. But, yep, folds out quite nicely. As I say that, I can't fold it out. Alright, here's the blaster and the handle. Boom, there it is. Not bad looking. I feel like I can use a little bit of paint up here. It just seems kind of plain looking, in my opinion. And yeah, we can see the bottom kind of hollowed out. And there is the tip of the gun. Seems like you can put a blast effect piece, but I don't think any of the blast effect pieces that have come with the Ranger figures would fit in that, so. Next, we've got the 5 individual Rangers. Even though it's a very miniature figure, I think it does have a good likeness to her. Obviously, this is her summoning the Megazord. And yeah, very good likeness. You can see that it has the rounded helmet like the Ranger actually does. And the little stripe on the back that kind of goes all the way around that has their colors on it. And it's just on like a little plastic thing. Yeah, not too much to say about it. It's just like a nice little accessory that it comes with. Here is all 5 of them together, except there's red. And there is all 5 of them together. So really not too much to say, just a nice little accessory. Next we've got, showed on camera, but we got the weapon, the sword. And very cool, very large looking sword. As you can see there, it definitely has some length to it. I like the silver paint, I like the gold paint on it. The handle is pretty nice. And then last but not least for accessories, we have the little spaceship that they came in. And it is right here. And first thing I want to do is I'm going to flip open this. And I actually like how they gave you a little bit of room to open it up by putting your little fingernail in there, and then you can pop it up. We got a little sticker there for the background. Very, very cool. And we see all the Rangers in there. Red, blue, black, pink, yellow. All driving or flying the Megazord. Very cool. I like that quite a bit. I like that they've done that with all the Megazords so far. And for those of you who don't know, this is the head of the Megazord. So we'll just take a look at the spaceship first, and then we will transform it. So here it is. And I know the head is in here, but you can use it as a platform to just kind of stand still. You know, have it being docked somewhere. Blue, the white, the paint all looks quite nice. Here are the blasters for it. Wings look cool. Now let's do the transformation portion. So it lifts up. How does this work? I know this is supposed to be like this. This is supposed to go on top of the head like this. And I guess this just stays like this. Okay, interesting. I didn't know about that. I knew about this part. And it looks like there is a ball joint in there, so you can twist the neck. Oh, you can look down. The neck did go down. And up, not so much, but you can look down a little bit, which is pretty cool. Actually quite nice. I was not expecting that much of to do with this one, but yeah, very, very nice. It doesn't really hold in place quite well. Like, you can just see it kind of opening up where I just want it to be in its spaceship form. I guess that's probably as good as it's going to get. But you can kind of see it's always still kind of opening up, unfortunately. So, a little annoying, but I still like it quite a bit. It's very nice. Now, let's bring in the mothership, literally. Here she comes in, the Astro Megazord itself, flying on in. So, a couple of things I noticed right off the bat opening this figure up. One, I really like the chrome on the figure. Very, very shiny. Adds a lot of personality to it, quite a bit. I like that. Second thing I noticed was this little piece of cardboard here, which I'm going to try and take out. Okay, very nice. And I think this is where the Rangers are. Am I going to be able to open? Okay, so it opens from the red. And it doesn't look like it opens that far. I do see the Rangers, kind of. I saw the red. You can kind of see it. You see the pink there and the red and the yellow. But it doesn't want to open any further, and I don't want to force it. Maybe it only opens when it's like fully transformed. Not too sure. But yeah, I was kind of hoping to open this up all the way. A little disappointing. And the other thing I noticed, which I thought was kind of weird. Oh, I think I just noticed something. Okay, I'll talk about that after. So here is the Megazord, the bottom of it. And it has wheels. Very weird that a spaceship has wheels. So you can sit it down, and I guess this would be like a tank form, and it can just roll on over. That's actually pretty cool. I kind of like it as a tank form. But something I just noticed was the gun. The little pieces on the side here, that one there that flew out, and this one here looks like it goes right in these clips on the side here. So let me, is it this? No, it's got to be this way. So let's give me this side here. There are the clips. Boom. Okay, that is cool. Now we are starting to get complete. Adding a little bit of the accessories. I'm assuming these move. They do move. The little guns. Very cool. Doesn't move up or anything. Just moves side to side. Which isn't bad. And yeah, very cool looking spaceship. I kind of want to play around with it a little bit. I believe this is the area where people were talking about with the arms and the clips. So I want to be careful, but you can see the arms fold out. And this is a shield. Does this come out? It does come out. This kind of is a weird shield. I don't know if there's supposed to be more pieces to the side, like an actual round shield, or if it's supposed to be like this. But put this to the side for now. And just kind of see what we can mess with without like fully transforming it. Because like I said, I don't want to touch it too much. But I do want to take a look at it. And I thought this would kind of open up quite easily. Hold on one second. No, that is pretty stuck. You have to continue to take it apart for it to transform and stuff. I want to be careful with the arms. Because like I said, the little clip piece, don't know where it is. But these are the arms, so got to be careful. Some articulate... Ooh, hold on. Oh, it goes up and down. Very cool. And then you can see the articulation for the arms. I'm assuming these are the shoulders. Going to tuck these back in for now. I don't think there's too much I can mess with on the top here in terms of like opening stuff up. This looks like it folds. Does fold. Let me fold these. See where we can. Oh, that wasn't a good noise. This looks like the legs. Looks like the legs come out of here, and here we can see the hips. I know this is supposed to be the chest. Honestly, this might be as far as I go in terms of transforming it. Because I want to be careful with this. I don't want to damage it. I don't think these are as easily available anymore. I don't think any of the Megazords are, whether it be the Dragon Zord, the Dino Megazord. I feel like they're kind of like all out of production, and that's something we will talk about after. Is, you know, this is kind of like one of the last big releases that I had to pick up for the Lightning Collection, because it is going to be stopping for the foreseeable future. So as of right now, this is the last Megazord to come out, which is a little unfortunate, but yeah, pretty solid. It's got a nice weight to it, a lot of accessories, and I think this is a pretty sweet Megazord. And now finally my in-space team can be complete alongside with their Megazord here, their spaceship, their home away from home. Here is the team. We've had the team complete for quite a while. I'll even bring in Silver because he's part of the team, but I didn't bring him in originally because, you know, he wasn't a part of this crew. But here is the team complete, and now I have their Megazord to kind of round out the team, so it is very cool. We've actually gotten quite a bit of in-space stuff. Not only have we got the complete team, but we also have like the big bads. We've got a Cliptor figure, we've got Astronema. Actually, Astronema is part of this 2-pack with the Red Ranger. There she is. And she also had another release with the Cliptor. So there was 2 available ways to get her. Very happy to add this to my in-space collection. I'm trying to like show off both, but the boxes just take up so much space that I can't really... Actually, no, I was going to say if I kind of turn them all around, but, you know, hold on, let me try that. If there is a will, there is a way. I have managed to kind of squeeze them all in. We've got the whole team here, and I think I can fit the Megazord quite nicely in the center here. And actually something I just noticed, I was just playing around with it because I was moving the accessories to make room for this, is the shield, as we saw, because, you know, it looked kind of stupid. I'm like, oh, where the pieces is, if we look here and then we take this and we twist it and you hear it click into place, we now have a fully extended shield. So that is pretty cool. I was really not expecting that. I was moving the stuff and I saw it kind of twist and I'm like, that's interesting. And then to put it back, you just push back a little bit and you twist, and boom, Bob's your uncle. So very cool. Nifty little idea there. I like that quite a bit. Like I was saying, nice little addition to my in-space collection. It is kind of bittersweet because, like I said, this is the last Megazord that we're going to be getting for possibly ever, definitely for quite some time. So this will have to kind of hold me over, unfortunately. And like I was saying at the beginning, it's not my favorite Megazord, but it's pretty cool. So yeah, I gotta say I'm pretty happy with this overall. Happy to add this to my collection. Like I said, adding it to my in-space collection, kind of making it a little bit more complete, which is very nice. I didn't experience the issue that everyone had, but also I didn't transform it, so I didn't know if my clip was gonna break. I always had that hesitation in the back of my head, so that is why I didn't go through with it. But as we can see, it is pretty solid and would definitely transform into a very gigantic Megazord. So very cool. Nothing but positive things to say. I'm trying to think about anything negative that I mentioned throughout. Yeah, nothing was really coming to me. So let's jump into the other thing I have for my Power Rangers collection, like I was talking about earlier. That I am very excited about, and that is actually like a holy grail item for me. So let me clear the board and then we will get into those figures. These next set of figures, it is a 2-pack, and these are the items that I was talking about being a holy grail item for me. So this kind of goes back to the last episode in the pre-order section. In case you missed it, in the pre-order section, I talked about 2 figures that I pre-ordered, and those figures were Juco B-Fighter Blue Beat and Juco B-Fighter Black Beat. And those are characters from a very Power Rangers-like show called Big Bad Beetleborgs. That's the Japanese version. That's what it's called, Juco B-Fighter. In North America and other parts of the world, it was called Big Bad Beetleborgs. And it was very Power Ranger-esque. You have kids turning into these metal heroes, having powers, morphers, weapons, megazords, all that kind of stuff. And honestly, I really liked Big Bad Beetleborgs. It was very different from Power Rangers. It had more of kind of a fun feel to it. I love the supporting cast. It was really fun. It was a really fun show, and like I said, it was just very different from Power Rangers. It was more Power Rangers in the sense of like same kind of action and concept, but just in terms of tone, very different. And I always hoped for one day of that crossover, but unfortunately it never happened. But anyways, back to what I was saying in terms of the pre-order. Now, the pre-order that I talked about in the last episode, I had some hesitation because if you look at the title of the figure is designed as a model kit, and I really didn't know what that entailed. So I did my research after that video, and it is exactly what I thought it was going to be. You have to kind of put the figure together. It comes in like these little I don't know how to describe it, but it's like a plastic tray, and then you pop out the pieces. So you pop out the hands, the accessories, whatever. So once I learned that, and that was kind of like what I was trying to avoid, it really disappointed me because I was so excited for these Big Bad Beetleborg figures. I had my heart set on them, and then just to kind of get disappointed, it really hurt me. So I actually did a little bit of research. I was like, man, I wonder if there's like a company out there. There's got to be that has made like really nice Big Bad Beetleborg figures. And in doing my research, I came across some very nice Big Bad Beetleborg figures, and it's by a company that we've seen quite a bit on this channel. We saw them earlier. That company is called SH Figuarts. They actually created some figures of the Big Bad Beetleborgs, or in this case, Juco B-Fighter. But we're going to call it Big Bad Beetleborgs because that's the show I know it as. I didn't watch the Japanese version. So immediately, I was super excited. I was like, oh my god, SH Figuarts, I'm very familiar with them. I know what to kind of expect. I'm like, oh my god, I gotta get these figures in my collection right away. And I'm like, oh, this is gonna be kind of hard to get. I don't see anyone just kind of selling it willy-nilly. I'm gonna have to go to a specialty place that I know will carry it. So I go to eBay. eBay's, the place of finding rare and valuable shit. You go to eBay. That's your place that you gotta look for stuff. So immediately went to eBay, looked up the JUCO B Fighters, SH Figuarts, blah blah blah, and my jaw dropped when I was looking at the prices. So there's 3 of them in total. So there's a figure of the blue one, there's a figure of the black one, and then there's the green and red, who are in a 2-pack. And I don't know if you heard earlier, I did mention that I got a 2-pack, so wink wink, we'll see them in a second. But I was on eBay and I was just looking at the prices and my jaw was just hitting the floor. I'm like, these prices are insane. Like for one figure, like for the blue and the black one, they were asking for like over $200, and that was before shipping. And it was like, oh my fucking god. And they were coming from places like China and Taiwan. No offense, but the aftermarket there, maybe not aftermarket's the right word, but there's a lot of copycats in that part of the world. So I was very hesitant to buy anything. Plus, all the images that they were showing off on these eBay listings were the stock images that like SH Figuarts would release. It's not like the actual like figure in a box like this, where it's like, okay, if you were to see this on like an eBay listing, that somebody actually has the figure in hand and is selling the figure. So between the prices, the fact I might get a kind of cheaper version of the figure, and me not wanting to kind of get scammed, immediately my heart broken again. I'm like, god damn, I not missed out, but the model kit figures, they are what I thought they were going to be, so that's kind of disappointing. And then immediately I find a company that is very credible and makes good stuff, and just to find out that everything is just insanely priced. So heartbroken twice. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go check out the website Kijiji. This is a website I talk about quite often. It's a place where I go. It's kind of my second eBay where, I'll go to eBay first, look for the rare stuff, and then I'll check. Actually, I usually check out Kijiji first and then go to eBay. But basically, Kijiji is just like a Facebook marketplace where people can kind of sell their used new stuff, whatever it may be, and obviously selling it for like a fraction of the price, or you can negotiate with the person and then go meet up in person and pick up your item. So I was like, what do I have to lose? I'm going to go look on Kijiji. So I went on the website. That's me on my computer. With Kijiji, it's a Canadian website, so it's not available in other parts of the world. And one thing that's pretty cool about it is you can search by provinces. So with Canada, we have, I think, 12 I don't know. I live in the only province that matters, Ontario. So with Kijiji, you can do searches of like local stuff in your province, or any province, or just search all of Canada. So I searched my province, just kind of see if anybody was selling anything local, and obviously nothing came up. I wasn't really expecting anything. I did have my fingers crossed, but I wasn't really expecting. I was being a realist at this point. I'm like, I don't want to get heartbroken a third time. So I do a country search of Canada, looking for these figures, and I search up different things. I search up like Big Bad Beetleborgs, I search up SH Figuarts, I search up JUCO B Fighter. Sometimes people kind of categorize things in different ways. Like sometimes you might have a parent who is selling their kids old toys, so they might put it as like, oh, these are Power Ranger figures. I'm going to list them as Power Ranger figures. So I tried to think of every search result that I could to try and possibly locate these. And I am happy to say that I was able to find somebody who, I think it came from British Columbia or Alberta. I don't remember which one, but I found a guy that was selling the figures. I'm like, there's no fucking way I found somebody. So I hit up the guy immediately and I'm like, hey, do you have these figures? Like, I really, really want to buy them. And he's like, yeah, I do. But there was 2 things that kind of, I don't want to say hesitated me, because I was probably going to buy it regardless. But there's 2 things to kind of keep in mind. Actually, you know what? Let me just introduce it so you're not just staring at like a black background. Let me introduce the figures. My holy grail, one of my holy grails, we'll see another one later on in the episode. But the holy grail for me of Big Bad Beetleborg figures, the green and red Big Bad Beetleborg, or as they're called here, B-Fighter. It stands for Beetle Fighter. And for him, the green one, he's called G-Stag for Green Stag. And then the red one is called Reedle. And there they are. Very, very excited about these. Actually, off the charts excitement to get this. So anyways, so the listing listed as two things that kind of made me worried. Not worried, but weary. And one was the fact that the figures were open, as we can see here, open. And he did make mention of that in the posting, and even let me know that after, as I was like kind of interested in the figures. He was like, hey, just so you know, just in case you missed it on the listing, because some people are dumb and can't read. I've been a victim of that as well. Sometimes like, oh, I missed the little wording, like, oh, it's used or something like that. So he let me know, hey, it's open. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm fine. For the price that he was selling it, it was awesome. It was an awesome deal, and even cut me more of a deal. Because I was like, hey, the price that he was offering, I'm like, hey, will you do that with shipping included in that total? And then we negotiated a price, but still, it was like a fraction of what eBay was wanting to charge me. So fuck all those people on eBay, even though I'll probably succumb to them to get the blue and the black one eventually. But for now, I'm holding out because it's just too stupid expensive. So the figure was open, and the second thing that kind of be weary about is it was missing an accessory. Now, not that big of a deal, because the accessory that it's missing a hand. And if you know SH Figuarts, it doesn't show it on the back, but they usually come with like 6 or 7 pairs of hands. So I wasn't worried about not even one pair of hands, just a one hand in general, just missing. So I was like, you know what? That's completely fine. Missing one hand, that's not a deal breaker for me. And the fact it was open, he did say that he just displayed it in like a glass case. It was never like played with. So I'm like, even if it was played with, whatever, as long as there's not like any visible damage or anything, I could probably, deal with it. But yeah, he was just, he made everything super clear for me. Hey, these were posed in a glass case, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, you know what, buddy? I'm just going to take him. Like, I was going to take him regardless, but he was just super nice, and it was a positive experience dealing with him. And unfortunately, he did not have the blue and black one, but he did have these, and this was like finding a diamond or a needle in a haystack. I don't know where I was going with the diamond, but a needle in a haystack. I couldn't believe myself when I found somebody selling these. Just my jaw dropped. Like I said, I always really liked Big Bad Beetleborgs. Unfortunately, I never really had any figures of them. I only had one, and it was of the gold one. For those of you who are not familiar with Big Bad Beetleborgs, so the actual first season involves these two and the blue, that's the main core of the team. They eventually get a white Big Bad Beetleborg, but he's only there for like a hot cup of coffee, and then they immediately got rid of him, which was so disappointing because I thought he had a real cool costume. And the black one is actually a bad guy, and actually he's another one. I actually did some research on this when I was looking this up, because I was like, oh, I want to look up the differences between Juco B-Fighter and Big Bad Beetleborgs, because the Big Bad Beetleborgs was very childish and kiddish. They had an audience that they were targeting towards. And I know with Japan and the Sentai, where, same thing with these, where Power Rangers in North America, it's called Power Rangers, and in Japan, it's called Sentai. And I know they've done some more adult-themed stuff in those shows that they don't adapt into the Power Rangers show. So I was kind of interested to see the kind of themes that they dealt with. And I was very shocked to see that the Black Beats, or Black Shadowborg, actually played a very big role in the Juco B-Fighter show compared to what he did on the actual show, which, like I said, he was there for the same amount. No, he was there for a little bit longer than the White Beetleborg, because the White Beetleborg kind of spawned out of, hey, we need help defeating Shadowborg. Okay, let's make a fourth one. And for those of, like I said, making one, it has to do with comics. It's really cool. It's a really cool show, really cool idea. But yeah, anyways, in terms of Big Bad Beetleborg figures, I only had, in terms of the Beetleborgs itself, I had one, and it was the gold one. Oh, I was talking about that. So season 1 is green, red, and blue. That's the core team. And then eventually, Saban, what he was doing with Power Rangers, where like every season, new suits, new powers, new Zords, new toys. And that's what it was all about, was generating revenue through the toys and new suits is in the second season of Big Bad Beetleborgs, they get a power upgrade and they get turned into Big Bad Beetleborgs Metallics. So they go from a team of red, blue, and green to gold, silver, and purple. And I remember I was a really young kid, and my babysitter at the time, she surprised me with, I think it was either a Christmas or birthday gift, and she's like, hey, I got you something, and it was the gold Beetleborg, and I was like, oh my god, this is the best gift ever. I still remember it like it was yesterday. It was awesome. So that was the only Big Bad Beetleborg figure I got, but I also got a 5-pack, and it was of all the monsters. These are the side characters of the Big Bad Beetleborgs. Very fun. Very, Flabber and Count something, Wolfie, the Mummy, Frankenstein. Very fun. I really like Big Bad Beetleborgs. I can't say enough good things about it. If I were to watch it now, I'd probably cringe and, not enjoy myself, but I choose to remember the good memories. And anyways, I had a box set of all those kind of side characters. But in terms of actual Big Bad Beetleborgs, the Rangers themselves, you can call them, I only had the gold on. So to have the green and the red, oh my god, I'm so excited. So let's take a quick look at this box, because I want to open this up real bad. And as you can see here, the figures themselves look so cool. I'm not sure if they have a shine to them, but based on how they look on the box, there is a shine to them. The green looks very shiny and metallic, and the red one as well. Very excited to see if they actually have that with the figure. And something I was actually shocked to see, I was kind of looking at the box, kind of perusing it, and I noticed something, and I was like, holy shit, that's crazy, that these figures are from 2015. These have been out for quite some time. That's why they're so expensive, is because I'm not sure there's many available, and they are quite old. So when I saw that they were made in 2015, I was like, holy shit, we need to do a re-release of these. We need to get the metallic versions released. We need to get the white Beetleborg released. Like, there's a lot of figures I would like to see be made. But, let's focus on these for now. So, nice shot of red and green there. On the top of the box, we see the team complete, but the only ones that are in the box are red and green. On the side of the box, more Beetle Fighter, G-Stag, and Riedel. On the other side of the box, same thing. On the bottom of the box, same thing. They weren't very creative at this time with their boxes. And on the back of the box, we see a couple nice shots of the figure in action and some of the accessories that they come with, their weapons and stuff. So very, very cool. But now, let's open up the box. We know it's open because I showed it off earlier. So we're going to pull the box out and drag it out. They come in a plastic tray, and I felt something touch my hands. Yeah, there are instructions in here. If, I don't know. I don't need the instructions. Fuck the instructions. Here are the figures themselves, and we have a separate tray for accessories, and we've got the figures themselves. Let me, without further ado, gonna toss that to the side. Oh my god, they look so sick. Here is red, and here is green. Green was always my favorite. I thought his suit looked very cool, and from Power Rangers, Tommy. I just always had an affinity for green, and green was kind of always my favorite color as a kid, so this one was definitely one I was super excited about. As much as I want to take a look at the figures and stuff, let's take a look at the accessories. I am going to open this tray. Hopefully none of these fly out. I definitely see them all flying out. Actually, you know what? We're going to do it in the tray because I definitely see everything just falling out. So I know it's a little hard to see with the glare, but you can see all the hands here. So here are Red's hands, and here are Green's hands, and here you can see the missing hands here. But like I said, you get so many other hands, it doesn't matter that it's missing the one. And actually something that's kind of cool is it comes with a couple accessories for the Blue Beat, We have his weapon here. I'm not sure what these are called. I don't recall them from the show. But they also come with a hand for the blue beat, so that is pretty cool. But here we can see their weapons, all the same except for their respective colors, and they actually look pretty cool. I do like the design of them. They probably use them in the show, but I don't really recall. I more so recall them using these weapons and the guns here. So yeah, very nice little blade type weapons. There are the guns that they would use. And then here are their signature weapons, which I will probably take out and look at these because those are pretty cool. But you know what? I really just want to look at the figures, like honestly. We are going to start out with Red. She was actually the female in the group. So like I said, the team is a team of 3. It's 2 dudes and a girl. The girl was Red. And that kind of blew my mind at the time because with Power Rangers, I was so accustomed to Red being the leader and a dude. And with Big Bad Beetleborgs, they kind of shook up the whole thing where the actual leader for the team of Big Beetleborgs, I keep wanting to say Big Bad Beetleborgs, is Blue. Blue is actually the leader of the team. It was not Red, so that was something that I kind of liked, just kind of changing up things in terms of regular stuff that I was used to with like Power Rangers. They were doing some different stuff on Big Bad Beetleborgs. But yeah, very cool looking. Oh my god, to have these in hand is just, it's so sick. These figures look awesome. Like all the detail in them. Actually, honestly, looking at just the bottom here reminds me a lot of VR Troopers, which is another Power Rangers type show that was going on around this time. And I actually enjoyed quite a bit. I actually had the figures for them, the whole team. That was another team of 3. And I actually had the complete team for that. In terms of ranking them, it would definitely be Power Rangers, then Big Bad Beetleborgs, and VR Troopers at the bottom. I don't really have any memories of the show at all. But yeah, here we see the Red. We have a little separate shoulder pad piece on both sides. Very cool. Tons of articulation. We know that is something that SH Figuarts does quite well, is not only do they do an awesome amount of detail, but they are articulated to the gills, so very, very cool. Even toe articulation, that was really not a make or break for me. I think toe articulation is pretty overrated and not necessary, but that's just me. To show off the back here. She has a little kind of, I want to say ladybug, but it's not a ladybug, but I see like these dots here and they kind of remind me of a ladybug, but I'm assuming that's her beetle that her thing is themed after. And yeah, I'm very happy to have this in my collection, but the one that I'm very happy to have in my collection is Mr. Green Beetle here, the Stag Beetle. And he looks very nice. I like the different greens on him. You have the darker kind of foresty green for the chest, the crotch, and the shoulder, and even the legs and the feet and the knees. And then you've got a lighter green for like the helmet, a little bit on the chest and the arms and legs. I do like his helmet quite a bit. I like these kind of like pincer things. I think they look pretty cool. That's something I did not mention earlier that just kind of came to mind, the eyes on the suit, where he's got red eyes, which look cool, and she's got yellow eyes. Again, very different from Power Rangers because they had like the visors and sometimes they'd have the mouthpieces and stuff like that. So yeah, very different design and aesthetic from Power Rangers. Plus, I also like this more like armored look to them, where Power Rangers was more, you know, it just kind of looked like they were in a suit. And it's like, how the fuck are you being protected from like laser beams and swords and shit when you're wearing like a thin layer of spandex? Never made sense to me. I always really liked the armored look, and I thought Big Bad Beetleborgs did that quite well. I'm just so happy to have these. To finally have some nice, not only just have Big Bad Beetleborg figures, but to have like a top-of-the-line company make them is just, it's so nice. I can't say enough good things about them. These are like the Big Bad Beetleborg figures I always wanted, you know, just super articulated. You can do whatever you want. You can do the stuff you see in the shows, you know, jumping kicks, punches, flips, and all that kind of stuff. You can do it all with this, so very, very cool. Let me pull out their signature weapon. Give me 1 second. So I've got the gun here, which I just want to kind of put in the holster just to make it look super nice and complete. And then we've got the signature weapon here. I don't really recall too much about these. A little handle there. I know this glass piece comes off, and then you can put on a different glass piece. I'm not sure the difference. Actually, let's see if we can take a look. Okay, there's, I'm assuming this is more closed, and then this is more open. Or maybe this is, I don't know, something I will figure out. But, this goes here, so this is the open one, and I'm assuming this powers up and then does something. Does this? Oh, this rotates. Okay, I was kind of worried about doing that, but it looked like it turned, but sometimes things look like they... Oh my god, it even opens. It's got pincers. That's sick! Oh my god, that's so fucking cool. Oh my god, even the fucking accessories have articulation. That is awesome. Oh my god, let's put on the other one to close this up. Yeah, just very, very cool. Look at Red's as well. Here is her weapon, and same thing, you can take off the plastic piece and then put on the other one. Not going to bother because there's really not much to look at. And then here's her thing. Does this rotate? It does rotate. She does not have any pincers, so I'm not expecting that to happen, but handle moves up and down. And yeah, just very, very nice. Very nice weapons. I can't believe these kind of pinch open and close. That is sick. That's a sick detail right there. But something I am curious is, will these figures, because like I said, they are very kind of Power Rangers-y, and I'm going to add them to my Power Rangers collection. As you can see by this section here, I've included them in my Power Rangers collection. Are they going to fit with what I already have in terms of my Lightning collection? So I brought a couple figures to kind of show them up against, or size them up against. So I brought in a female to compare to the Red, to compare both female molds to see if they kind of size up together. Pink does not want to stand. And then I've also got a male Power Ranger figure to size up with Green. Right off the rip, there is, you know what, I'm just going to do it by hand. There is definitely a size difference. As you can see, the SH Figuarts figures are kind of scrawnier than the Lightning Collection ones, but I still like the Lightning Collection body compared to like old Power Ranger figures where they're buffed out of their mind. You know, they're fucking ripping through their suits with like 18 abs and biceps on triceps on biceps on more triceps. This is more reserved, which I like quite a bit, but yeah, I would say they still fit together. Yeah, they're still in scale, you know? I know the SH Figuarts can kind of be a little smaller on the smaller side, but I still think they look quite nice together. Very cool, and let's take a look at the females. About the same size. Pink is a little bit taller, but not by much. Actually, Red looks a little bit bigger, but that's because, you know, the armor just adds like, you know, an extra 10 pounds. And Pink here looks pretty kind of scrawny, but I still think they look quite nice. And now we'll do the guys and the girls, the male Power Ranger and then the female Big Bad Beetleborg. A little bit of a size difference there, but not too bad. You'd kind of expect the dudes to be taller than the girls. The Power Ranger figures do that themselves. And then we've got the female Power Ranger figure and the male Big Bad Beetleborg figure. Big Bad Beetleborg figure is taller. Also, the helmet does help by adding like an extra inch or two. That is them in scale if they were standing side by side with each other, which I think looks pretty good. And I'm not even really like posing him well to be super standing up straight and stuff. So it does look good. And I also brought one more thing to compare with these figures is I own a couple of Sentai Power Ranger SH Figuarts. So I brought in one. I brought in fuck, I forgot his name, but this guy here we saw in a previous episode, and just to kind of see how he fits in scale with the Big Bad Beetleborgs. And they do have a more similar body compared to the Power Rangers, but I still think it's like decent enough to kind of still add to your collection. The SH Figuarts ones, I think they do still fit in scale. and they look very nice. And here is a nice shot of all the figures lined up together. We've got the 2 Beetleborgs on the side made by SH Figuarts. We've got the 2 Lightning Collection made by Hasbro. And we've got the Sentai figure also made by SH Figuarts. And I think this is actually like a pretty good scale. The Hasbro male figure, Power Ranger figure, is a little bit taller than everything else, but I kind of don't mind it. You know, if everything's kind of the same, it's kind of boring, where this one, it's all, like, it's still in the realm of all scaling well with each other, but it's not completely unproportionate or, like, it really stands out as being, like, kind of a negative thing, so I actually like this quite a bit. This is a crossover I would love to see. Not with these teams specifically, just, you know, Power Rangers, Beetleborg, Sentai, all coming together. It's sick. And yeah, overall for my Power Rangers collection this month, I think these are just some solid additions. I like the Astro Megazord. It's cool. Even though it's not my favorite, I think it's still a cool piece. But mainly for me, it's these two things right here. The Big Bad Beetleborg figures, they just hit for me, man. They are just such a fucking holy grail item. These are the figures I always wanted as a kid. Just nice Big Bad Beetleborg figures, nicely articulated, painted well, all the little details that you would want, all the accessories you would want. It's really cool. Like, it really is. I don't have words to describe how, like, happy I am to have them in my collection. And I do want to get the blue one, and I do want to get the black one as well, but I do not want to pay that fucking insane overpriced price that people have put on it. It's just insane, and I'm pretty insane when it comes to figures sometimes, and sometimes I can kind of justify it, but, like, 200, almost $300 for just one figure, I can't really do that as much as I might want it. So I do want to pick them up eventually, but it's gonna wait until I can kind of come across a good enough deal to kind of snag up. But yeah, I do definitely want to pick up the blue and black or Shadowborg and blue Beetleborg, so I will definitely be keeping an eye out and you know, making sure that like if a good deal does come across, I will jump on it immediately. So definitely want to grab those, and I think these are just solid additions to my collection. And you know, I know this is a bit of a stretch, but hopefully, you know, we just had the 30th anniversary of Power Rangers, and, you know, that doesn't really apply too much to SH Figuarts, because they deal with the Japanese brands, but I'm sure there's got to be a 30th anniversary coming up for Juco B-Fighter, so maybe we can see them re-releasing these figures. That is a pipe dream of mine. I don't actually see it, but not only re-releases, like re-releases of these two and then blue and black, but also making like the white Beetleborg. That would be really cool. And then my fucking like cherry on top would be them making the metallic Beetleborg figures, the gold, silver, and purple. That would be sick. Maybe that's even a possibility. I'm not sure how popular that Juco B-Fighter was in Japan. I believe Big Bad Beetleborgs wasn't that big in North America. I mean, if you're a Power Ranger fan, you probably like this, but I would assume that there was definitely a ratings dip between like Power Rangers and Big Bad Beetleborgs. That's actually something I'm going to go look up after I finish recording this. But yeah, I'm not sure how much of a demand there would be in Japan for Big Bad Beetleborg figures. I mean, that company that we talked about in the last episode that's putting out the model kit ones, obviously there's some sort of interest for them to be doing it, plus the figure, at least the blue one, sold out on a Big Bad Toy Store, so there's definitely a market for it. Maybe SH Figuarts will tap into it. Like I said, I think the re-releases would be cool, but not only that, just releasing the other ones that I mentioned, white, gold, silver, and purple, would be sick. But I don't expect it, but man, if that were to happen, it would blow my mind. But as far as these ones here, even Astro Megazord, I'm going to group them all together. These are solid additions, and I'm very happy to add these to my collection. Last but not least, saving the best for last, we've got McFarlane's DC Multiverse. And I am very excited for this figures, actually. It's not a 2-pack, but it kind of is. I will talk more about that in a second. But I do want to mention something. So in every episode, I put in the front of the episode, I show a video of like what I collect, and I break down everything that I collect. And something that I make mention of each time, specifically in the Marvel Legends and the DC Multiverse section, is I do not collect movie figures at all. I have no desire to collect them. For me personally, when I collect figures, it's either based on like a video game or a TV show, cartoon, something along those lines. I always tend to stay away from the movies, the live action kind of stuff. You know, that's a rule that I set for myself, and I usually abide by it, but sometimes there are things that come out that are just so cool that sometimes there are exceptions to the rule, and that's exactly what I got here today. And as you can see, this is a very zoomed out look. I don't know if anybody notices or not. Usually I have more of a close-up look, but we got to get a little zoomed out here because I'm going to be bringing in probably the biggest thing I've ever unboxed. This is something that I've kind of always wanted, especially as a kid. I was a big fan of this movie, and you know what? Enough hype. Let's just bring it in. The figure I am talking about is the gold label Amazon exclusive of Batman 89, Michael Keaton Batman, and his Batmobile. Holy shit. I cannot explain to you how happy I am to add this to my collection. Like, the kid inside of me is like, oh my god, we gotta open this up, we gotta play with it, like, open it up right fucking now, dude. And we're going to, little buddy. We are going to open it because, I need to have this in hand. I'm actually very excited to be opening this. It is a holy grail item for me. I always wanted a figure of this Batmobile. Like, I think this is probably one of the coolest Batmobiles ever across like any media, comics, movies, cartoons, video games, whatever iterations of the Batmobile you might think of. I think this is definitely one of the best, if not top 3, at least for me personally. I just think it is an awesome design for the Batmobile. It's just classic. This is kind of what I think about when I think about the Batmobile. And getting a Michael Keaton Batman figure, very solid, very happy to get that. But for me personally, it's more about the Batmobile here. And as you can see, it is 22 inches long, very long box. I don't know if the figure is 22 inches long, like the Batmobile, or if the box is 22 inches long. I'm not too sure. I didn't bring my ruler because it's not that important. All I know is this thing is fucking massive, and I'm just happy to be getting it. And honestly, I was kind of worried about this because originally when this came out, this was released as part of the Flash movie. I'm not going to reveal the plot or anything like that, but it involved the return of Michael Keaton as Batman. And that was so freaking cool. And one of the figure releases that McFarlane did as a rollout for the Flash movie was they released this figure, well, a different version. We'll talk about that in a second. But basically, they did something like this as part of that movie. And that thing sold out like gangbusters. I tried to get myself one, but I just couldn't. It was just sold out everywhere. I tried my damnedest. I tried every single site, every like resource I had. It was just sold out everywhere. It was incredible. They actually did, I think they released a second wave of this because they were like, I don't know if they just didn't expect it to be that much of a hit, but they did do another release, and then that one sold out, and they're like, fuck, man, people really want this figure, like, it's really cool. I think, just like me, like, people really want the Batmobile, because I don't think there's ever really been, like, a solid version of this, like, a solid figure of this Batmobile. I could be wrong. You know, with today's technology and figures, you know, this is probably close to perfect as we're probably gonna get. Now, maybe it might not be. Maybe once I open it, I might be severely disappointed, but is right now in that box, hyped as hell. So the figure did so well that they actually ended up doing it again, but instead of it being based on the Flash movie, as you can see with this logo here, this is based on the Batman 89 movie, which is the first movie with Michael Keaton as Batman and Jack Nicholson as Joker. Watched that movie a ton as a kid. Classic, really enjoyed myself. I loved Batman as a kid, and that was pretty much the only live action version. Like, the only other version was like Adam West, but that was like really goofy and childish. I really liked the dark take on Batman, and actually this was kind of the start of Batman being, you know, more moody and dark, which is pretty cool. We got Tim Burton to thank for that, but honestly, like everything before this movie, Batman was very fun, colorful, playful. That's just kind of how the comics were at the time, you know? And with Tim Burton's movie, Batman started to get a little bit darker. You know, we kind of got the Batman that we got now, the more kind of brooding Batman, dark. And even just costume-wise, before he used to be in the gray suit with the blue cowl and cape and stuff. And then, you know, that got darker. That blue ended up changing into black. And then some interpretations of Batman have him in all black like this. But anyways, all that to say that McFarlane was like, hey, the Flash figure did so well. Let's basically re-release the figure as part of the Batman 89 movie, and we don't really have to change much. There are some slight changes in terms of the figure and the Batmobile. I know for the figure, the only thing that's different that I believe is the belt. The belt on this one is painted gold, where the one in the Flash movie, it's just straight up black. The only thing that's yellow is the chest piece. And then with the Batmobile, I don't know which one was which, but one of them has like a really glossy look to it and one's more of a satin look. I'm not sure which one this one is. It might be the glossy or satin. We'll take a look in a second because we will be opening this up, and I'm actually pretty excited because I've never actually had a McFarlane figure in hand. I've never played with one or messed around with one. So I'm very excited to feel the joints and kind of the articulation feel of that figure. And then, you know, that Batmobile. So excited. I am so freaking excited to be getting this. So I don't know how we're really going to show off the box that I usually do. You know, I usually do the box breakdown, but this is a very big box. As you can see, these numbers here, they're not a lie. It is very, very long. And I'm going to try and do my best to kind of break it down. This is like the best visual of the box. This is the top of the box. And I'll try and show off all sides. So here is the fronts. And is basically the same. It's basically that thing on like all four sides. So a little bit of a spoiler, I'll still do it, but they just basically reuse the image a bunch. Here is the bottom of the box, which I don't think too many people care about, but you know, I like to show it off. I'll try and show the sides. Not much to show off, but it's just the Batman 89 logo, and it says Batman, Batmobile, Batman, McFarlane Toys, and it basically repeats on the other side. I'm not going to bother showing because it's just big and awkward. Here is the back of the box. We see Batman standing next to his Batmobile, which looks fucking sweet. Oh my god, I can't wait to get that in hand. And here we can put Batman into the Batmobile. And actually one thing that's pretty cool about this Batman is they gave him a cloth cape just for him to be able to sit inside the Batmobile. So you can recreate this and so many other scenes. So without further ado, I don't know where I'm going to cut. Probably on top so I can just kind of open the box. I think that'd probably be best. Give me a second to kind of weigh my options here on how I'm going to cut this. Alright, so I checked out the box. The best way to cut it is going to be from the side. That way we can just kind of open up the flap and then just drag everything out. So I'm going to cut from this side here. So piece of tape here, piece of tape here, and piece of tape on the bottom. I'm not going to show you that it's like secure and stuff because this thing actually came in like 3 boxes. It came in a gigantic McFarlane box. I opened it up. There's another box in there. I thought there was going to be a third box, but once I opened up the second box, this was the one that was in here. So very well secured, very happy with how it came. And I'm very confident that this was never opened or anything like that. So let's cut this bad boy. All right, I have cut open the sides. Now, let's pull it out if it wants to. I'm trying to do this without damaging the box. It's open. We've got more box stuff in here. Hopefully this is easy to pack back. Okay, we've got some cardboard here. Let me put that to the side. Let's see what's inside, baby. Look at the figure. Or not the figure, but the Batmobile. I'm actually curious to see if the Batman is going to become like individually wrapped like this or put in a regular McFarlane box. We'll see in a second. But something that I am curious about. Let me pull this. And no, he does come individually wrapped, as you can see here. Beautiful. beautiful. Oh my god, look at it. Look at it, even in the box, or the bag, whatever, it still looks fucking cool. Okay, let me put this to the side. This is just fucking massive to deal with, and my set is not the biggest. Okay, inside the box is empty. I'm going to put this in there. And here it is. Actually, where's Batman? Is he on the other side? Where'd you go, Batman? Oh, where did he go? What the fuck? Oh, he's on the bottom. Okay. Let's pull him out. First, let's pull out the Batmobile. Alright, that was a bit of a mission, but I've managed to unbag and box everything. So we got the Batmobile here. We got the fins to go on the back. And then something that I think is pretty interesting is we have Batman here, but he comes in a sealed bag. He doesn't just kind of slide out like these ones do. You know, there's a little bit of tape, but, you know, you just open it and, boop, there they are. I'm going to have to open the bag for Batman here. So let me get everything situated. Let me get everything unbagged. And, soon enough. We are going to start out with the smaller accessories. So first off, Batman came packaged with a little stand here. It was in his little baggie. As you can see, it is still sealed. I'm going to leave it in there because I don't plan on displaying him. I'm going to put everything back in the box after this, but it did come with a little stand, which is cool. And a little tease for later, but we got the little fins that go on the back of the Batmobile. So we got two of them. I'm pretty sure they're exactly the same. Nice bat fins. Not too much to say about those, but like I said, we'll see those later. But let's start out with something that I'm very excited to check out, and that is the Batman figure himself, Michael Keaton. Not a movie figure collector, but sometimes there are things that will make you bend your rule. And I think I already have a little bit of an issue with mine. There's like this orange paint here. I'm trying to scratch it off, but I don't want to scratch off the black paint. Okay, we'll come back to that quick 360 with him. Definitely want to talk about this cape, because this cape is sick. Nice little gauntlets here. Looks sick. I actually really like this costume quite a bit, the all black with the yellow. The yellow just really pops on the all black. And actually, it's kind of a goldish. Like, definitely the chest kind of has a goldish look to it. Belt's a little bit as well, kind of a goldish hue. There's the cowl that kind of like sits on top of the chest like that. Very, very cool. Let's get into breaking it down. I'm very interested to see the articulation, so let's take a look at that. We've got head movement here. Can look down a good bit. Can look up a great bit. Ooh, that's a nice shot right there. You know, him with a grapple gun, just whoop. That's quite nice. I see some cool figure photography with that. Let's check out the arms. Arms have a butterfly joint. Yeah, butterfly joint in there. Just kind of looks a little weird. Arm goes up, arm goes down. And for my first McFarlane figure, feels pretty solid. Double jointed elbows right there. A little hard to maneuver, but you just got to work them in. We got some hands movement here, some hands and wrist articulation. They didn't come in the box, but it would have been cool if he does come with an extra set of hands. I know McFarlane doesn't usually package figures with extra sets of hands, but, you know, I just think it would have kind of added onto this whole collection that we got going on here. But let's check out the other arm. Arm goes up, not too much, goes down. Actually, we didn't do a kind of twisty thing with the other arm. We'll do it now. There it is. Bicep cut there. Double jointed elbows. Pretty stiff. Holy shit. Hand and wrist articulation. Pretty cool. Let's check out the abdomen. Goes back a little bit. Goes forward a little bit, not too much. I know some people usually say McFarlane figures, their figures kind of look like they have a diaper. I kind of see that. It does look a little diaperish, plus it's kind of like soft, so it does kind of have that diaperish kind of look and feel to it. Here's his back. We will talk about the cape in a second. I'm saving that for last because I got quite a bit to say on that. Positive, not negative. I think it is really cool. But yeah, here's the back of him. Nice ass. I know that's more of a George Clooney shot, but we'll show some Michael Keaton ass there for anybody interested. Now let's take a look at the legs. Ooh, legs. Legs are very noisy. Jesus Christ. Holy smokes. Here we got splits. Splits are okay. They're not the greatest, but I don't mind. It's going to be all about that sitting position because he has to sit in the Batmobile. Hopefully there's a lot of leg room because he has one of those legs that, sometimes the figures, they will sit normally and kind of do like a sit-up position. But with this one, he has kind of the old school kind of legs for figures where if you try and sit him, his legs go in like a V. Like that. And I think that is because of the crotch piece. That is very limiting and constricting, which is unfortunate. No thigh cut. Pretty weird, because usually that's like a standard for articulation now. So McFarlane not to have it is kind of a weird one, in my opinion. Everyone likes a nice thigh cut. We've got double jointed knees, and these are it's just as tough as the fucking elbows. Holy shit, does not want to bend back. No boot cuts, very weird. We do have an ankle cut there. I don't remember his boots having this weird thing on them, but honestly we didn't see too much of his feet in the movie. But yeah, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this protects. This protects his shin or something like that. Looks pretty weird. I think I could have done without it, but maybe it's supposed to be there. I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't know what he kind of looks like waist below, so, it's different. It's interesting. Foot articulation, up, down, ankle. No real ankle, no ankle. I can do without the ankle. That's not a make or break for me. But let's check the other leg. Double jointed knees. Very hard to bend. And again, no boot cuts, but we do have a foot cut here. And, we also have toe articulation. Why? I would trade toe articulation for thigh articulation in a heartbeat. I don't think toe articulation adds anything. I think it's probably one of the most worthless pieces of articulation there is on a figure, in my opinion. But it's there for people that like it. For me, I can kind of do without it. It doesn't add anything for me. I've never been like, whoa, toes. I can articulate them, yes. But we've taken a look at the figure, and now I want to talk about, the kind of a real selling point for this figure is this beautiful, majestic cloth cape. You can do a lot with it. I don't know if you saw on the box, I was going to bring it in, but honestly, it's just too big, is a lot of the box has the cape kind of covering his shoulders. And look at that, you can kind of bring it through. His little, mask there. And you can kind of have him like that. The cape is nice and stretchy to where you can do this. You can cover him up if you want. You can kind of put it in the back there if you want him kind of posing like that, where you see the full suit. Me personally, I do like the kind of cape drenched over his shoulder look, where he's kind of covered up like that. I think the cape is the perfect length. It doesn't really drag on the floor. Maybe some people would like it to drag on the floor. That'd be cool too, but I think this is a perfect length for it. Just, just about the feet there. And a lot of cloth here to do a lot of cool stuff. A lot of cool poses with him. So, yeah, very cool. I'm very happy with the cape. I think the cape is definitely a solid addition to the figure, and I kind of want to pose him like he's kind of flying in, so give me a second to get that set up. One of the early shots in the movie, actually it's like in the first 5 minutes of the movie, there are some thugs, they rob something, and then they're like on a roof, and you kind of see Batman in the background kind of, just stalking them, and then he comes swooping in with his cape extended and just whoosh, comes in. And you can kind of do that. It would be cool if it had a bendy wire in the cape. That is not something I was expecting, but yeah, I do like this kind of like stretched out look where he's kind of gliding in. Whoosh. Very, very cool. Batman was cool, but he is definitely not as cool as what I really bought this package for, and that is the Batmobile. Hey, why are you driving off? Is it going to be able to stay in place, or am I going to have something blocking it? Definitely seems like it's going to keep rolling and rolling. Oh, I thought... Come on, can we put the parking brake on? Oh, there we go. It's kind of good. I got it to a point where it's not going to roll. So just looking at this thing, it looks awesome. Like, this is kind of what I always wanted. I've actually only had one Batmobile figure ever, and it was from the Batman and Robin movie, the one with George Clooney and Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'll try and find a picture and put it on the screen. It was okay. Like, it wasn't an ideal Batmobile. I was never a fan of like the I was gonna say the passenger seat, but the driver's seat being exposed. I like more having the kind of door to close over it for him to be protected. So it was cool as a kid. I have a lot of fun memories of it. The movie not so much, but I definitely always wanted this version of the Batmobile because it was so cool. I would say a second Batmobile that I actually really liked is from the animated series. I thought that was a solid Batmobile. Those would probably be my two. If I had to think of a third, I might have to really think about that one, because I like the one from Arkham Asylum. You didn't really get to use it, but it did make an appearance. It was just like sitting in a courtyard. Yeah, not sure. I'd really have to give it some thought. But anyways, I want to talk about this Batmobile here, the original badass one. And this thing is a beauty. So this one here is the not glossy one. As you can tell, it's a very satin finish, very plain. I think it would have looked nice with the gloss to it. I think it would have added a little something something. But the satin doesn't look too bad. I'll try and do a 360. It's kind of huge. But here we can see some pipes. I think this is just some exhaust here. Could be wrong, not too sure. We got wheels spinning, and they are spinning on both sides. So you spin one, you spin both. Actually, we'll take a look at the bottom, I guess. We got a Batman symbol there. Don't know if that was actually there. It seems like a weird one to put in there, but interesting detail. And we just see kind of the bottom of the car. Not too much detail. There's a little bit in the back here, but not too much to really speak of, which is fine. I don't need the bottom to be super detailed, more the top. And the actual automobile, that's, priority number one. But yeah, nice tires here, spinning, as you can see. Here we see the front of the Batmobile. And I always, for some reason, just really like this kind of turbine look for the Batmobile. I don't know why, but it just looked so cool to me. Something I would have liked if they did like a translucent plastic here instead of coloring in the lights. I think that would have been a nice effect there, but, it's not a make or break for me. We have, there is a button. It looks like a button. Oh, interesting. I don't know if anybody heard that, but that was the door popping open. And, okay, interesting. So we'll do that again. So lock it in place. Boom, it is locked. And if we press this button, boom, pops open, and then you can put Batman in. We'll take a look inside the car in a second. Just want to finish doing a kind of 360 look of the car, and it's basically just a repeated pattern of what's on the other side. So we see the exhaust again, pipes. On top we see, I'm assuming these are weapons, some guns of some sort that come out. There is no interactability with them. The only thing is the button in the center there. Now let's take a look at the back of the Batmobile. I will be putting these in, but you know, I just want to do a little 360 of it first, and then we will pop it in. Here we got painted lights again. Again, I would have liked a nice translucent plastic here. I think it would have added a nice little effect. Here we see the exhaust, a couple of exhaust pipes, pretty cool. Some vents in the back here, and not bad. So let's, you know what? Let me try putting on the fins in the back. They are labeled, so as you can see, this one is L, so it goes in the left one. And if you ever forget which one that is, that goes right here with the other L. So hopefully it's just easy and kind of slides in. It's kind of hard because I'm doing it like over the camera and I can't really see, but I did manage to get it in place. Not bad. Let's do the other side now. Okay, the right one is in as well. Gave me a little bit more issue than the left one did. The left one just fit like a glove, but the right one I had to kind of mangle in a little bit, kind of fidget with it a little bit, but something I am interested in, and I probably should have figured it out with just the one fin, but can it be easily removed? I would assume so, because like I said, I'm going to be repacking this back in the box. That wasn't a good noise. Is everything okay? Seems like it. Checking out this. Okay, let's put it back in. I did not like that yanking noise. Okay, took it off, put it back on. Seems pretty secure, which is quite nice. Now let's take a look inside the Batmobile. So let's click the button again. Pops off. Actually, let's do a little test. Can you remove the door without clicking the button? And it is pretty stuck in there, so that is quite nice. So let's click the button again. Our handy dandy security system. I don't know the best way to do this, but we can see the inside of the car. Nice seat there. Buttons on either side. Can we move the steering wheel? You can't move the steering wheel. A little bit disappointing, I'm going to be honest. I wish the steering wheel was movable. I always find that pretty cool, like when they do vehicles and then you can move the steering wheel. I know the toy is not going to drive the car or anything, but just, you know, just having that like effect of like, yeah, the steering wheel can go around if you wanted it to. But yeah, there's the center console, and I'm assuming there's a lot of leg room because like I was showing off with the figure, his legs go up in like a V motion. Or V position, and that's going to require a lot of leg room, so I can't really tell. Maybe I can put my hand in here, and I would say it's just about above the button. Like right here is where my finger is. Actually, no, there's footholds as well. Yes, there are holes for his foot, so it goes to about here. And then there's like a piece of plastic blocking it. I'm assuming for the button mechanism. And then there's two slots on either side. There's a slot on here, and there's a slot on here. And it seems like it's just enough to fit his foot inside. And you know what? I think it is time to try and fit him in. Actually, something I didn't even talk about is his likeness to Michael Keaton. And I can kind of see it at certain positions, like when I tilt the head a little bit, I feel like I can see a little bit of Michael Keaton, but dead on, not so much, to be honest. I see a lot of Val Kilmer, to be honest. This is about as far up as the legs go. Let's put his, actually we'll kind of put his arms in a position where he can kind of grab the steering wheel. And that would have been something cool that you can do if you had the gripping hands instead of the fisted hands, but this should do. So he's kind of in a driving position, and then we're going to tuck the cape behind him, which is very nice. Again, one of the nice things about this figure is the cloth cape. We are sliding him in. It's hard to do this with one hand. I'm trying to hold it up with one and then put the figure in with the other. Okay, he definitely needs to go in more because his head is sticking out. So I gotta fidget with the legs. Make sure it's going in those holes that I was talking about. And it does not feel like the feet are in the holes because I feel a lot of resistance. Still got to go down a little bit, or maybe it will cover. Okay, apparently he is good in there. I thought that the door might clip his ears, but give me a second. Let me try and see if I can fit him in a little bit more. I managed to squeeze him in there, got the cape in there. I tried to tuck it in as much as possible, but it was not going down any further. But we can see that his bat ears are safely in the door and will not be clipped, safely in the car and not be clipped by the door. I've got him in a position where he's kind of holding the bat wheel. Everything's a bat thing, so yeah, the bat wheel, the bat steering wheel. And we will close this bad boy, and now we have a nice complete pack of Michael Keaton Batman and the fully assembled Batmobile with him inside of it. Let's see if we can get a nice close-up shot without a glare. It's a little foggy in there. I don't know if you had Catwoman in there, but it's a little steamy in there, Batman. Actually, that's a nice shot right there on the side profile. Pretty cool. I like it. I like this quite a bit. Batmobile's pretty cool. It has a nice resemblance to the movie, and I really like the fact that you can sit Batman inside of it. I'm glad they took that into consideration. Well, they should have. If they're going to do a kind of Batmobile, I thought it was always stupid that you give Batman these plastic capes and he can't even sit down with it in his vehicle. So that is a very nice detail. We'll pop it open. We'll leave him sitting in it open. And yeah, very, very nice. I don't think I mentioned this at the beginning, but this was a Amazon Prime deal. Not Amazon Prime, I apologize. A Black Friday deal. So I got this for a pretty sweet price. Batman, please stop driving off. I'm putting Deadpool versus Hawkeye here to block his path from just rolling off, because last thing I would want is him to just roll off the table and then just break into, it wouldn't be a million pieces, it's not Lego, but you know, for it to get damaged would really, really break my heart as soon as I got this thing and took it out of the plastic and box and stuff. But yeah, so I got this during a Black Friday deal. They put it on for a pretty sweet price. It is pretty pricey just on its own. It at least the Canadian price is like $120, and they had it for way less than that, which is pretty cool. And I was surprised it was even in stock, because there was such a demand for the original Flash one, and even this when it came out, that it sold like gangbusters. I was really surprised I was even able to get one. But I believe I looked on Amazon the other day and they still had them in stock. So maybe they just really like mass produced them to, you know, not have a shortage and angry crowd like they did last time. But whatever, you know, I finally got one. It is pretty cool. I think I would like the gloss a little bit more than the satin look. I think the gloss would give it a little bit more character. But for the most part, I like this. I like the figure. It was my first McFarlane figure I've had in hand. I thought it was pretty solid. I can see why people complain about the 7-inch. I've seen a lot of people just be like, yeah, just make 6-inch figures. Like, why do you make 7? He does seem unnecessarily tall, especially in the legs. If they just cut off like a 1/2 inch or something, I think this figure would be perfect, because Michael Keaton was never the tallest dude. In fact, when he was cast as Batman, people made fun of him because they're like, dude, why are you having this short actor play Batman? He's supposed to be like 6 foot tall and super jacked and stuff, and you got this little actor dude. Obviously, some characters need to be a little bit taller because, you know, they're just taller individuals. Maybe somebody like a Lobo would definitely fit better in like a 7-inch scale than a 6-inch scale. But for Batman, I think, you know, just having him in a nice 6-inch scale would be fine. I don't think the 7 is necessary, but you know what? That is just me kind of nitpicking. But yeah, I think the Batman's pretty solid. I really like the costume. I really like the cloth cape. I think it is very nice. And the Batmobile itself is just really cool. This is a holy grail item for me. I'm very glad that I can get like a figure of this Batmobile and the Michael Keaton Batman himself as well. I think both are pretty solid, especially for the price point that I got. I did get it on special, like I mentioned. And yeah, just a solid addition to my collection. I don't know how many other movie figures I would kind of cave in for. Nothing off the top of my head. But this was definitely one that I watched as a child and I had to get into my collection. So Very happy about this. I would recommend if anybody is on the fence about this. So that is going to be it for the figure showing off portion. Now we are going to be jumping into the pre-order and news section, and pre-ordered a couple things, couple news bits. Really not too much happened in the month of November, but still a couple interesting things. So let's jump into that right now, and let's start off with the pre-orders. All right, now we are going to be jumping into the pre-order and news section. We're going to be starting out with the pre-orders. I only pre-ordered 6 things. I say 6 like it's not a lot, but, you know, it's still actually quite a bit. But, you know, just kind of reserving my copies for when they eventually come out. So the first one, or first 2, are going to be Marvel Legends figures, and these are going to be from the same wave. This is a wave that we talked about in the last episode. On the Spider-Man Retro card, I have pre-ordered Spider-Man Last Stand and Hallows Eve. For Hallows Eve, you know, she's a villain that, you know, I'm not familiar with, but she still is a Spider-Man villain, so I do kind of want to add her to my collection. And then the one I was kind of on the fence about was Spider-Man Last Stand. I actually ended up pre-ordering it. I might cancel it, but I just really like how the suit looks for some reason. Like, typically this wouldn't be in my forte of like Spider-Man looks, but for some reason the leather jacket look with the mask and the black pants, I don't know, for some reason I actually like it quite a bit, so I pre-ordered that. But I'm kind of on the fence of still kind of keeping it. I might cancel it. We'll have to wait to see. But I ended up pre-ordering it for now. And, you know, there's no harm in it. I'm not charged for it until they ship it. So I do have some time to change my mind if I'd like. Next, I pre-ordered a couple DC Multiverse figures. First one was the gold label figure of DC character, the Red Tornado. I thought this character actually looks pretty cool. I'm going to be honest, I'm not too familiar with him. He's kind of on the lower tier of DC heroes. Kind of start wanting to build like a lower tier of Justice League members. You know, I got all the big guys, the Superman, Batman, Green Lantern, Flash, Aquaman, whatever. And now I kind of want to start building out like the, I guess you'd say foundation potentially, but just kind of picking up some of those lower tier or lower level DC heroes. But anyways, this is going to be a Target exclusive, so that's kind of why I was more open to pre-ordering it, because it is a Target exclusive, which makes it harder to get because we don't have Target in Canada. And then when I saw it was available on either Amazon or GameStop, I can't recall at this moment, but I was like, you know what? I'm just going to pre-order it. And again, that's another one. If I change my mind, I can still cancel it because I won't be charged until it gets shipped out. Or even then, if I do get shipped out for whatever reason, I can just do a return. But I probably will be keeping the pre-order. Next DC Multiverse figure I pre-ordered was a character that was actually revealed in the month of November. We'll talk more about it later in the news section. But the character I ordered was from the Collector's Edition Wave 3. I pre-ordered Green Lantern Batman. This is another one I was kind of debating. I had a lot of debates with myself on pre-ordering some of these figures. I'm like, do I want it? Do I not? But when I was thinking about it, I was looking at my collection and I'm like, I have the Black Lantern Batman. Why wouldn't I get the Green Lantern Batman? It wouldn't make sense to have one, not the other. So I'm like, you know what? I think the figure looks pretty decent. I already have the Black Lantern version. Might as well pick up the Green Lantern version as well. So I ended up pre-ordering this. And like I said, we'll talk more about that and the other figures in Wave 3 in just a minute. Last DC Multiverse figure I pre-ordered in the month of November was one that I was kind of interested in because they really haven't revealed too much about it. I don't know, for some reason it just kind of seems more secretive than it really should be. But the figure I'm talking about is Collector's Edition Wonder Woman. That went up for pre-order on Amazon, and honestly, the first time I looked at it, sold out, and I was fucking bummed. It actually came back in stock, not like in stock, but like available for pre-order again. I guess they did another wave or whatever. So I managed to get my pre-order in there. But yeah, I cannot wait for this figure. This Wonder Woman looks sick. She's like one of those big DC characters I was talking about earlier where I have most of the big members of the Justice League. I think she's like one of the final ones that like would really complete the core team of the Justice League. So I'm really, really looking forward to this figure. Cannot wait. And the last figure that I pre-order, figures I should say, it's actually quite a bit of figures, is a pack of figures that we talked about in the last episode when it was announced. And the figures I pre-ordered are the WWE Elite LWO 5-pack exclusive, consisting of Rey Mysterio, Santos Escobar, Selena Vega, Cruz del Toro, and Joaquin Wilde. This was an exclusive to the Mattel Creations website, like we mentioned in the last episode. And unfortunately, if you did miss your window to pick this up, you're kind of shit out of luck, because this was only available for 3 weeks to order, and if you didn't order in that time, unfortunately, you are not able to secure a copy. You're gonna have to pay some dude that bought like 16 copies $50 to $60 more than you probably would have paid if you bought it off the website. But hey, you know what? You snooze, you lose. I wasn't a fan of them charging me right away because the figures aren't going to come out until late 2024, but I guess it makes sense if you're doing like a limited run, you need the money to put the figures into production, whatever. So those were all the items that I pre-ordered in the month of November. If you are interested in pre-ordering them for yourselves, I will have links for them in the description. If you're interested in checking them out, feel free to. You're not obligated to order whatever I order. I just like to provide links for what I order and where I order from. Unfortunately, there won't be a link for the LWO 5-pack because, like I said, that was a limited run and that time has come to exist, so there won't be a link for that, but there should be a link for other items that I talked about. Next, we're going to be jumping into news, and I'm going to be honest, there's only going to be a couple stories that we talk about. This is going to be coming out way later than what I wanted it to, and some of these stories are going to be a little bit outdated, but there's still a couple that I still wanted to make mention of, so I kind of saved those little bits. First one was actually some Power Ranger figure news, which is pretty exciting because we don't get that quite often, especially from Hasbro, who owns the Power Rangers brand, but, you know, we're not going to get into that. We know the Lightning Collection is going to be on a bit of a hiatus / potentially canceled. We'll have to wait to see what comes of that in the year of 2024 if they do announce anything. But even though they are not producing figures, that hasn't stopped other companies from producing figures. And the company I'm talking about is a Bandai, who used to make a lot of Power Ranger figures back in the day. Some I owned, actually quite a bit I owned. But they announced a couple different things that I thought were pretty cool and worth mentioning. The first one is something that honestly is not the type of thing I would collect. If you watch these videos, you know I'm more of a figure guy. I don't really like accessory, roleplay type items, weapon, prop type things. Like, that's not really for me. I just like I like my figures. I like them articulated. I like them to come with a bunch of accessories, and that's pretty much about it. I don't have the desire to kind of dress up like my favorite character or whatever. But Bandai did announce something that was actually pretty cool. They announced for the 20th anniversary of Deca Ranger, which is the Power Rangers SPD season, but that's what the show is called in Japan, Deca Ranger. They announced that they will be releasing the weapon of Deca Master, who is the Shadow Ranger, Doggy Kruger, and they're going to be releasing his weapon, the D-Sword Vega, or as known in America, the Shadow Saber. And this sword looks fucking cool. It's 3 feet in length, working LED lights, sound effects, music, and the attention to detail, chef's kiss on that one. I think they really knocked it out of the park. I'm not sure if pre-orders have gone up for this, but I did see that it's going to cost 19,800 yen, not dollars. Yen. I'm not sure what the conversion works out to. It's probably going to be $100 and some change if I were to be a betting man, but I'm not too sure what that converts to. I probably should have done the conversion and wrote it down, but I wasn't really thinking because, like I said, it's not really a thing that appeals to me. It looks cool visually. I think it looks very cool, but it wasn't something I was really interested in. And the other Power Ranger figure news that came out, and this one's actually figure news, was SH Figuarts announced a new Power Ranger / Sentai figure that they're going to be releasing, or should I say re-releasing, unfortunately. They announced that they're going to be doing a re-release of Dino Charge Red because it is the 10th anniversary of the Dino Charge season. Dino Charge, like I was mentioning with SPD, Deca Ranger is what it was called in Japan. SPD is what it was called in America. I'm not sure what Dino Charge was called in Japan, but they have released this figure before a couple years ago, and there's going to be a re-release, so not really exciting. I had my fingers crossed and was hoping, because they were kind of teasing that they were going to announce some Sentai figure, and I was like, oh man. They've been doing some King Oger figures, which is the current season of Power Rangers, or Sentai, whatever you want to call it, that's going on in Japan right now, which I think the suits look very cool, and the figures that they've revealed so far look wicked. They've revealed King Oger Red and King Oger Silver, and I really had my fingers crossed that they were going to reveal that they're making the King Oger White Ranger, and I was a little disappointed when they did not announce that, but I still have hope that they will do the White Ranger, and potentially a whole team as well, because I do think the suits look sick. I'm not going to hold my breath on that, but I think there's at least a chance for the 6th Ranger to be created, which would be really cool. Definitely would jump on that pre-order. But as far as a re-release of Dino Charge Red in the SH Figuarts style, I already have the Dino Charge Red Ranger in the Lightning collection, so I don't have a need to pick this up. Figure looks cool, great detail, great articulation, but I have it in the Lightning collection. If it was literally any other season that was like Japan exclusive and, you know, hasn't been adapted to America, I probably would have pre-ordered this, to be honest. I like collecting those figures, just kind of feels special, but for a re-release, not too interested. And then the last little bit of news is coming from the DC Multiverse line, McFarlane's DC Multiverse. I always forget to mention the McFarlane part. I'm sure people know what I'm referring to when I say DC Multiverse, but there has been a couple DC lines of figures from different companies, so I like to be specific when I say McFarlane's DC Multiverse, but my brain always says DC Multiverse and then adds the McFarlane part after, but I like to say, you know, McFarlane DC Multiverse. Anyways, enough about that tangent. They announced a couple figures in the month of November, and some cool ones, some that actually did get my attention. The first one was they revealed that they're going to be doing a wave of figures based on the Batman and Robin movie. These were kind of soft announced a couple months ago at some con or something, but now they've officially been revealed, and in the wave you're going to be able to get Batman, played by George Clooney, Robin, played by Chris O'Donnell, Batgirl, played by Alicia Silverstone, and Poison Ivy, played by Uma Thurman. And each figure is going to come with a Build-A-Figure piece for you to build the star of the movie. What killed the dinosaurs? It was the Ice Age. The meme machine himself, Arnold Schwarzenegger, as Mr. Freeze. And I gotta say, this wave, actually kind of bomb, in my opinion. I'm not a fan of the movie. Let me make that very perfectly clear. I think the movie's kind of trash. It still holds a special place in my heart, but it's definitely one of the worst Batman movies that has come out. But these figures, though, actually look pretty cool. Like, they all look good. Like, they all look like they're actor. There's a good likeness to them. I like the little Frozen accessories that Batman and Robin come with, so you can recreate that scene where Mr. Freeze freezes them in place. That's pretty cool. As far as the Mr. Freeze figure himself, he does look a little cheap. I just think the gray plastic for his suit leaves a lot to be desired. I don't know, it just doesn't look like it has that high quality to it, in my opinion. But honestly, the standout for me in this set has got to be the Poison Ivy. Honestly, it almost came to a point where I was like, should I add this Poison Ivy to my collection? I don't know whenever we're going to get an actual Poison Ivy that I would kind of be fine with. But in my head, I was like, honestly, that's a pretty good looking Poison Ivy. Like, that's kind of what I think of when I think of what Poison Ivy should look like. If someone were to come to me and be like, okay, pick the design for a Poison Ivy figure and we'll make it, I'd probably pick something a little similar to this. So it got to the point where I was actually, you know, I had my finger hovering over the pre-order button, but I just feel like it would be too much of a standout in my collection compared to like all the other figures, like the Batman villains that I own, where they're based on like video games and comics and stuff. Having someone that's from the movie, I feel like just it would really stand out and not look good in my collection. So I ended up not pulling the trigger, sorry. I ended up pulling back on it and not pre-ordering this. But honestly, if I see it for a decent price, I still might be tempted to pick this up. Like, I like it that much. I think it's really solid. And something else I like about this line, or this wave that they're doing, is they're kind of changing up the box. Usually with the McFarlane boxes, they just look so uniform and cookie cutter and nothing really stands out about them. And I don't know what made them change it, but for some reason they decided to change the art on the box and kind of, you know, include some different stuff on it, some different decals, and I actually think it looks quite good. I hope they implement this more in the future, kind of have fun with the boxes, like don't go crazy where it really stands out amongst the rest of the DC Multiverse boxes, but at least change it up to have a little bit of personality, you know what I'm saying? So I do like that quite a bit. But yeah, overall, I think solid wave, and fingers crossed that they do a Batman Forever wave. I think that would be really cool. Jim Carrey Riddler, Tommy Lee Jones as Two-Face. Like, I like those designs from that movie, so I think that would be cool. Hopefully it's in the pipeline. Also, if they do Michael Keaton wave with like a Jack Nicholson Joker, that would be sick. Weird choice to do this movie way before some of the other ones, but you know what? Whatever. Next figure McFarlane announced was a character that they've already done a figure for, and I've been trying to track down for the life of me, but it was an exclusive to Target, and it didn't circulate that well. I don't remember seeing it in stores at all. It kind of was like, hey, it got released, kind of. Some people bought it, but for the most part, it's really hard to find, and now it's super expensive. I guess they saw that it was a bit of an issue, so what they did is they created a new version of the character, and the figure that I'm talking about is Owlman, who honestly looks better than the first figure that came out. After I saw this new version in the blue and stuff, the new helmet, I was like, man, part of me still wanted that first version because it came out, and it's kind of more elusive because, you know, I wasn't able to get my hands on it. But honestly, I think this new version of Owlman will kind of fill that void in my collection. Normally, I wouldn't be excited about this character because he's just whatever to me, but because he is a Batman villain, kind of indirectly, because he's more of like, I think he was part of the evil Justice League from like another Earth, something along those lines. I don't remember the story too much, but basically he's the counterpart to Batman, so I want to grab this to add to my Batman villain collection. I hope this is easier to get, because like we talked about with the first version, it was a Target exclusive. Well, I guess McFarlane didn't learn too much about the issues, because this version, the blue one, is going to be a Walmart exclusive. I always see people complaining about Walmart exclusives, especially in like the Marvel Legends side of things. Hopefully it's not a debacle like the first Owlman figure, because honestly, I would really like to get my hands on this. I think this is kind of the superior version between the two. First one looks cool, but honestly, the more I look at the second one with the blue, and I really like that helmet sculpt, it's the one I'm kind of edging towards more to pick up in my collection. That, and it's going to be easier to get, because like I said, people are charging like $150 plus for the Target exclusive Owlman. So yeah, fuck no on that. I'm going to go and pick up this new one if I can get my hands on it. And the last thing McFarlane announced, and it's going to be the last story for this episode, is they announced a new wave of their DC Multiverse Collector's Edition. They announced Wave 3, and we talked about one of those people earlier in the pre-order section, Green Lantern Batman. Had to secure my figure on that one. I thought it looked pretty cool. But also in the wave, we are also going to get Superman from Return of Superman. And one of the coolest additions about that figure is he's also going to come with a crypto figure, which is really cool. I like that quite a bit. And then probably the most random thing I've seen them release in quite some time. McFarlane does do some obscure characters. If I were to describe the line, it's like 80% Batman, 15% regular DC characters people would want. And then sometimes they kind of do like the weird people that you kind of forget about. And this is kind of one of those things. I'm not even familiar with the character, but the person that I'm talking about is Captain Carrot. I don't know who this is. I don't know where he's from, but I'm going to be absolutely honest. I think it looks really cool. I don't know, there's just something about it that just speaks to me. This buff-ass superhero rabbit, and, you know, he's got a giant carrot on his chest with a C. It's so ridiculous. I kind of want to add it to my collection. This is one of those things, I have no idea about this character. Like, sometimes I know about characters, like, vaguely, and then sometimes they announce characters, I have no idea who they are. I have no idea who this is. I've never seen them, never heard about them. So it's like, I don't even know where this came from. At first, I thought it was a Bugs Bunny character that they were doing, because I know they're working with Warner Brothers to do like some movie figures, so I thought this was kind of like a fun thing that they were going to do. But I believe this is an actual DC superhero. I got to do more research on that, but I believe he is canon to the DC side of things. So yeah, looks pretty cool. I honestly, I might add it to my collection. I think if it goes on sale, I will most likely pick it up. But right off the bat, it's not something I probably plan on pre-ordering. But yeah, if I see this on sale, I might have to snag up a Captain Carrot. And along with all those figures, the 3 that they announced as part of the Wave 3, they also announced there's going to be platinum versions of each figure. Those a little less cool, in my opinion. First, you got Superman and Crypto. The Superman one's just going to come with like green skin. It looks like it's going to glow in the dark. Could be wrong on that, but basically him and Crypto are all green. And then speaking of green, you got the Green Lantern Batman, who is literally decked out in all green, which kind of makes sense because like pure energy and power and, you know, the green light power kind of looks cool. I think they've done this previously with a Green Lantern figure, if I remember correctly. And then Captain Carrot also is going to be getting a chase, and honestly, I don't know which one I like more. I like the regular version with the whited out eyes and the kind of white bunny fur. But I also like the chase version with the green trunks and the brown hair for the bunny, and you can actually see the pupils. So I'm kind of torn between which one I like more. I honestly don't know which version I'd pick up, but I think they both look pretty solid, in my opinion. So that is going to be it for me in this episode of my monthly figure pickups. Hope you guys enjoyed this episode. Want to do a little update regarding this episode and the next few. So like I mentioned earlier, this episode is going to be coming out much later than anticipated, which it is what it is, but I'm trying to course correct. So here is the plan. So this episode, done. Here we go. You're at the end of it. The next episode, the December episode, is already recorded. I just have to edit it. And honestly, that's been such the battle the past few months. It's just sitting down and editing because, you know, I mentioned this before in like different episodes where, you know, you see these episodes and they're long. Just imagine how much I've cut out, and it might not seem like much, but if you see the raw file compared to what it ends up being, it's quite a bit that is taken out. So the December episode is recorded. I just need to edit it, and I'm making good progress on that, so hopefully you should be seeing that soon after watching this episode. The January episode is also already done and recorded. Again, that also has to be edited, but I'm going to prioritize the December episode, obviously, because chronological order. February episode, I have not started. That's going to come at a later time, but I have everything lined up for it. I just need to like sit down and record everything, and then sit down and edit everything again. So long story short, recording portion is easy, editing portion is extremely difficult and time consuming, which is what takes the longest time for these episodes. I don't want to give a timeline, but I'm hoping the December episode will be out about a week after this episode has been released. So something to look forward to. I'm going to try and keep that time frame. It might be a couple days after, but relatively soon after watching this, you should also be seeing the December episode. So look forward to that. The January episode, I don't know, I'm not too worried about that right now. Again, I just want to focus on the December episode and getting that one out, and then I can kind of slowly start getting back on track. But yeah, just want to give a little update because I am severely behind. We're already in March, so I've got a couple months to catch up on. So yeah, just a small little update regarding the series, but I just want to let you guys know it is hopefully getting back on track sooner than later. So that is going to be it for me in this episode. I want to thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. Keep up with everything that's going on the channel. Look forward to the next episode and anything else I upload. And other than that, I just want to thank you guys for watching. And maybe if you did enjoy the video enough, maybe you made it to the end here. If you did, maybe consider leaving a like on the video. It's always appreciated. Honestly, these figure videos have done way better than what I expected them to be. When I first started like the idea of potentially doing something like this, I was kind of hesitant because like my channel was mainly based on like gaming stuff and just kind of jumping into a completely different kind of world of things. I was like, I don't know if my audience is going to kind of take to that, or am I going to kind of slowly build up a new audience? And I'm happy to say that people have been receptive to this series. So that's awesome to see, and I really appreciate that. I'm going to end the episode here. I can go on, but you've already heard me blab on for long enough. So one final time, thank you for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. I will catch you guys next time. And until then, guys, peace out.